resume our works after the lunch, and we'll now take up the second part of the agenda item 3. But before we proceed to the agenda item, may I take this opportunity to thank our interpretation team that they have so kindly continuing their work after the lunch, and delegates now will have the privilege of having the interpretation facilities. So now I am pleased to invite the Madam Executive Secretary to make some brief remarks at the outset of our consideration of the Asia-Pacific countries with special needs development report 2020. Madam Executive Secretary, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my pleasure to present to you document E/SCAP/76/2, Executive Summary of the Asia-Pacific Countries with Special Needs Development Report, Leveraging Ocean Resources for Sustainable Development of Small Island Developing States. This report was prepared as part of our efforts to support the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development for Asia-Pacific Small Island Developing States, or SIDS. SIDS are unique in their economies, geography, and development journeys. The report reveals that SIDS are only on track to meet SDG 9 and SDG 12. SDG 9 on industry, innovation, and infrastructure, SDG 12 on sustainable consumption and production. The available data suggests that accelerated action is required to achieve the 2030 agenda. The COVID-19 pandemic and its economic and social impacts have brought renewed urgency. Even when not faced with a pandemic, SIDS confront routine challenges, including a narrow resource base, small domestic markets, climate change, and natural disasters. While small island developing states tend to cover only small areas of land, these states have, under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, exclusive rights to exploration and use of marine resources in exclusive economic zones, covering 200 nautical miles from their shores. These exclusive economic zones can cover vast areas, for some countries equivalent to several thousand times their land areas. Document E/SCAP/76/2 highlights how SIDS could accelerate their progress by leveraging their ocean resources and the blue economy. The report focuses on two sectors, fisheries and tourism. These two sectors can be the key drivers of sustainable development in Asia and Pacific SIDS. These sectors, especially tourism, are significantly impacted by COVID-19 pandemic, yet they remain important sectors for SIDS in their contribution to output, government revenue, food security, and livelihoods. For instance, in 2018, fish and fish products contributed as much as 16% of output in Kiribati. Similarly, in 2018, the tourism sector represented 50% of GDP in Maldives and Palau, and 30% of GDP in Samoa and Vanuatu. Embracing the opportunities of these sectors also brings challenges and complexities. These include overexploitation of ocean resources, illegal, unreported, and unregulated activities, insufficient data and monitoring, and inadequate enforcement of international frameworks, norms, and standards. To progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals, SIDS need to first better integrate these sectors into their local economies and population. Second, enhance international and regional cooperation. Third, ensure sustainability of these sectors. Fourth, have access to factual, transparent, and harmonized data. And fifth, better enforce international frameworks, norms, and standards. The Asia-Pacific Countries with Special Needs Development Report leveraging ocean resources for sustainable development of small island development states, puts forward relevant policy consideration to address challenges and strengthen the development role of fisheries and tourism. While focusing on SIDS, the policy recommendations emanating from the report are also valid for other countries with special needs in the Asia-Pacific region. Lessons learned from tourism are valid for the remote yet rich culture landlocked countries, while the role of oceans is also important for coastal least developed countries. The special body is invited to debate on these findings and policy considerations. It may also wish to provide guidance to the Secretariat on capacity building activities and knowledge products to support the implementation of global programs of action for least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states of the Asia-Pacific region. I look forward to our discussion during the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary. And now I request the Secretariat to present the additional report that they have prepared. The Secretariat.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to provide a brief overview of the Asia-Pacific Countries with Special Needs Development Report. As a companion report to the theme study, this report focuses explicitly on small island developing states and examines how they can accelerate their progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. In particular, we highlight how and why ocean resources are important for SIDS and examine the role of fisheries and tourism as drivers of sustainable development. While we focus on SIDS, we do point out that many of the lessons learned, as we just heard, especially for tourism, are also valid for landlocked developing countries in Central Asia and beyond, where the unique geography of high passes, mountains, deserts, grassy steppes, and rich cultures appeals to visitors. The first chapter of the report highlights why ocean resources are critical for the sustainable development of small island developing states. SIDS represent more than a quarter of ESCAP's member states, comprising 15 members and 7 associate members. With almost a third of the implementation period of the 2030 agenda having passed, stock-taking of available data suggests that SIDS are on track to reach Goal 9, which is aimed at building resilient infrastructure, promoting inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and fostering innovation. Significant progress has also been made in reaching Goal 3 on ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being for all. As a group, insufficient progress has, however, been made on most other goals. Importantly, SIDS have regressed in promoting inclusive and sustainable economic growth, employment, and decent work for all, which is Goal 8. While the COVID-19 pandemic is still underway, it's already becoming evident that many of these economies will regress further from reaching Goal 8. This goal is important, as without sustainable growth and the availability of decent work, countries will not be able to reach many of the other goals. Although SIDS generally cover small areas of land, often dispersed across hundreds of islands, many have large exclusive economic zones, EEZs. These cover areas which are significantly larger than their land areas, and they have exclusive rights for the purpose of exploring and exploiting, conserving and managing the natural resources in these zones. Compared with their land areas, these EEZs are vast. In several countries, their land areas, these zones exceed their land areas by several thousand times. With these vast EEZs, the resources that are in these zones are also vast. The abundance of these resources should therefore be leveraged more effectively to support sustainable development. Let me focus on fisheries as a driver for sustainable development. Fisheries, which can be broken down into offshore, coastal, aquaculture, and freshwater fisheries, are extremely valuable for SIDS. We can see that offshore fisheries in the Pacific is by far the most important of these. In fact, the Pacific subregion approximately provides 55% of the world's tuna supply. Overall, fishery provides employment, government revenue, and food, thereby contributing to reducing household poverty. Access fees that vessels from distant water fishing nations are charged for fishing in SIDS EEZs are often the main source of public revenue for many governments. In Asia and the Pacific, the health of oceans in general and fisheries in particular is very fragile, and the challenges of sustainably managing fisheries are intricately linked to the sustainable conservation of oceans. An important threat to fisheries is, of course, overfishing, as the very nature of fisheries as a common property resource that is depletable constitutes the tragedy of the commons. This, we highlight, explains the overexploitation of coastal fisheries and in the high seas. Climate change is also a significant challenge. Warmer air and sea surface temperatures, ocean acidification, rising sea levels, and greater rainfall are expected to cause significant losses of coral reef, mangrove, seagrass, and intertidal habitats, which provide shelter and food for coastal fish and shellfish. Another expected impact is that Maine tuna stocks may move toward the high seas, out of the EEZs of many SIDS. This highlights again that the impact of climate change on fisheries is asymmetrical between those who suffer its effects and those who caused it. Institutional or regulatory features may also have a considerable influence. For instance, climate change mitigation requires global collaboration among countries, which remains insufficient. Moreover, substantial data gaps remain, preventing the effective management of fisheries. For instance, no data are available for fishery-related Sustainable Development Goal 14 targets, except for target 14.4 on sustainable fish stocks. We highlight for each of these challenges some interesting experiences and lessons learned in the region and beyond. Regarding fisheries, the report puts forward several policy recommendations. For one, conservation projects are needed to prevent the depletion of stocks and to preserve natural environments. Marine protected areas and the improved monitoring of IUU fishing can play an important role. A lack of factual, transparent, and harmonized data and information is another obstacle to the effective management of fisheries. Governance must be improved to ensure that global conventions are effectively implemented. Doing so requires engaging all ocean stakeholders. Indeed, multi-stakeholder engagement will also foster a sense of ownership, leading to an awareness of the consequences of marine resource depletion. Finally, regional cooperation is especially important, given the nature of fisheries as a common property resource. I'd now like to turn to tourism as a driver for sustainable development. For Asia-Pacific SIDS, tourism is one of the most economically viable sectors, despite the ongoing outbreak of COVID-19. Indeed, the long-term global context remains supportive of tourism in Asia-Pacific SIDS, especially considering demand from the emerging middle class of developing Asia and the aging society in the developing countries on the Pacific Rim. Tourism is already the largest economic sector in the Cook Islands, Fiji, Maldives, Palau, and Vanuatu. In 2018, tourism employment comprised 45% of Palau's workforce and exceeded a third of the workforce in Niue, Cook Islands, Vanuatu, and Fiji. As demonstrated on the right-hand graph, growth of international arrivals to Asia-Pacific SIDS between 2008 and 2018 was significantly higher than for other regions in the world. In the Maldives, receipts from tourism exceed 50% of GDP in 2018 and reached almost 60% of GDP in Palau. There are, of course, several challenges related to the sustainability of the tourism sector of Asia-Pacific SIDS. These include economic sustainability. In many economies, tourism is an enclave industry with few linkages to other domestic activities. A second challenge relates to concerns about environmental sustainability, as overexploitation by the tourism sector can threaten fragile ecosystems of Asia-Pacific SIDS. Another challenge is socio-cultural sustainability, particularly for Pacific SIDS, where diverse and unique indigenous cultures may come under threat through the negative impact of over-tourism. And then, of course, the challenges associated with being a small island developing state. Here too, valuable lessons can be learned. For instance, the report highlights how marine-based tourism, cruise tourism, and culture-based tourism can address many challenges related to the sustainability of the tourism sector. As an example, the economic value of reef sharks for tourism in Palau is many times greater than it would be for the fishery sector. Several countries have resorted to green tax initiatives to increase tourism receipts. This has happened in Maldives, Palau, and Fiji. In Fiji, an environmental and climate adaptation levy is charged on certain services, items, and income. It's used to fund projects that protect the natural environment, reduce the carbon footprint, and develop infrastructure to reduce the impact of climate change on communities, as we can see here on the figure. Such green tax initiatives can generate important financial resources to promote environmental sustainability and strengthen infrastructure investment. They can also help manage the flow of tourists, particularly to areas with fragile ecosystems. Turning to policy recommendations, the report highlights that the link between local populations and the tourism sector should be strengthened. This means not only building backward and forward linkages, but also developing local content-intensive tourism types, such as marine tourism and culture-based tourism. Countries should also consider generating additional revenues by introducing green taxes, fees, and other special mechanisms with an explicit objective of supporting environmental conservation and sustainable livelihoods of local populations. Finally, regional cooperation should promote a common Pacific brand to raise the global profile, to improve connectivity, and to enhance collaboration among states to address gaps and loopholes in revenue generation. Coming to the overall conclusions of the Asia-Pacific Countries with Special Needs Development Report 2020. While Asia-Pacific SIDS have made commendable progress towards some of the Sustainable Development Goals, now is the time to accelerate action to implement the 2030 Agenda. Fostering their tourism and fisheries sectors is a promising way forward for SIDS to capitalize on their natural endowments. There are, however, several overarching challenges that need to be overcome. One is related to the lack of factual, transparent, and harmonized data. Such data are necessary to fully understand the status of fish stocks and fishery practices and to effectively manage the sector. Another is to turn the tangible results, the numerous international instruments that have been put in place to create ambitious targets for the protection and sustainable use of the oceans. This, however, depends on governments' abilities to enforce rules and to anchor time-bound targets in national regulatory frameworks. In the short term, the priority is, of course, to address the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is likely to have a devastating but short-term impact on the tourism sector in particular. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, the Secretariat, for the presentation. Now I open the floor for any comment. We have already received a request from the Fiji, and now I request the distinguished delegate of Fiji to take the floor, and followed by Kiribati, followed by the distinguished delegate of Kiribati. So the Fiji has the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Fiji delegation would like to acknowledge CSN's report, which highlights fisheries and tourism, which are two sectors that are important to SEEDS. These sectors are an integral to our sustainable development and have the potential to accelerate our progress towards achieving the SDGs. For Fiji, fisheries and tourism undergird our lifelines for sustained and improvement livelihood. They are amongst the significant pillars of our sustainable development. The outbreak of COVID-19 has amplified the significance of fisheries and tourism, similar to other Asia-Pacific SEEDS, as they are our major source of livelihood and provide the much-needed receipts for our economic development. Given the current pandemic impact on fisheries and tourism, our delegation would like to see that appropriate regional mechanisms are strengthened and put in place to assist SEEDS in our pursuit for sustainable development. First, the Asia Pacific Day for the Oceans remains an important engagement platform, bringing together various stakeholders to discuss and collaborate on ocean matters. This platform needs to be strengthened and institutionalized. Fiji attaches a lot of importance to it because it is an opportunity to meet, network with like-minded friends, and look for opportunities to collaborate. Second, COVID-19 presents an opportunity for considering a regional tourism strategy as we chart a path to collective recovery. While the CSN report discusses the significance of tourism to SEEDS, we must now take a concrete step as a region to revive the tourism industry. And Fiji seeks the support of the region. Member states have the opportunity to recognize tourism's unique ability to not only provide employment, but to drive equality and exclusivity. Thirdly, as we embark on the UN Decade for Actions for Sustainable Development, we need a more unified approach, speaking as one, to achieve our collective ambition. SCAP, in collaboration with the UN system, can facilitate greater transformation and deeper integrations for countries with special needs, in particular SEEDS. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, the distinguished delegates of Fiji. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Kiribati.
Hello, Chair.
Yes, now we can hear. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, Kiribati concurs with the statements delivered by the Honorable Prime Minister of Fiji and the Forum Chair, Honorable Prime Minister of Tuvalu, in the earlier session. With regard to this session, we welcome and acknowledge the SCAP's efforts in developing the Special Needs Development Report. Moreover, we are deeply grateful that the report focuses on two sectors, namely fisheries and tourism. As the Commission is aware, fisheries and tourism are two key priority sectors of development as stipulated in our long-term plan, known as the Kiribati Vision for the next 20 years, or the KB20. With 3.5 million square kilometers of EEZ, and in our efforts to monitor, control, and undertake surveillance of our huge ocean within our available resources, illegal fishing remains our big challenge. Whilst our regional observer program is attending and addressing unregulated and unreported fishing, there is more work for improvement on the program. Going back to the report, we particularly welcome the conclusions of the report on enforcing international frameworks, norms, and standards for accelerated action. In this section, the report discusses existing international instruments to address IUU fishing, such as the Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries and the Port State Measures Agreement. We believe that SCAP, like the UN, is built on mutual trust and efforts to look out for each other. We believe that members' commitment to translating the objectives and guidelines of the said instruments will eliminate IUU fishing. To this effect, Kiribati is very keen to know any update from the Commission's membership on their commitment to supporting and implementing these instruments. As such, we recommend that the Secretariat, with the blessing of the 76th Commission, develops a brief report on the SCAP membership's efforts, where applicable, to implement the Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries and the Port State Measures Agreement. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Kiribati. Since we have no more requests under this agenda item, we are closing our discussion under this agenda item and moving to the... sorry, we have a request from the distinguished delegate of Uzbekistan. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear Chairman and ladies and gentlemen. Historically, being landlocked has been disadvantaged to the country's development. It cuts a nation off from important sea resources such as fishing, and impedes or prevent direct access to maritime trade, a crucial component of economic and social advance. Greater regional cooperation to foster tourism through common regional branding is very important and helpful for the landlocked developing countries of Central Asia, especially for Uzbekistan, which is considered to be double landlocked country, where a unique geography, rich diversity of architectural wonders, diverse natural reserves, rich cultures, and modern booming development attracts the attention of the visitors. And last year, Uzbekistan is actively focusing on the development of tourism in the country by visa facilitations, creation of foreign tourist assistance services, construction, other necessary services and buildings, hotels for the tourists. And the role of the UNSCAP is very welcome and necessary for our country. Thank you.
Thank you. And this brings us to the conclusion of the discussion under agenda item 3. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now we will move to consider agenda item 4, regional cooperation to address the socio-economic effects of the global health crisis. The documents pertaining to this item are SCAP/76/34. This is the impact of and the policy responses with regard to the coronavirus disease COVID-19 in Asia and Pacific. And the second document is SCAP/76/info/5. That is a letter from the Minister Consular and the Deputy PR of Russian Federation to the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, addressed to the Secretary of the Commission. And before we open the floor for delegates, it is my pleasure to invite the Executive Secretary to deliver the introductory remarks. Madam Executive Secretary.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, may I take the opportunity to share and report to you on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic in Asia Pacific, and also the policy priorities for immediate response and building back better. If I may, I would like to start by showing to all of you, in terms of the SDG progress in Asia Pacific, even before COVID-19 pandemic. So as we can see from the slide, SDG progress in Asia Pacific has not been sufficient to meet the target by 2030 in all the related goals and indicators. Some are even progressing quite, in terms of progress, not much progress. Yeah, even in one or two of the indicators, the progress is in reverse direction, such as in climate change related goals indicators, the one in responsible consumption production. So may I now share with all of you the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on several of indicators. So COVID-19 has magnified existing inequalities and vulnerabilities with major impacts on the region's sustainable development, especially on women, on older persons, persons with disabilities, and on migrant workers. The impact on the economy, as we can see that several projections on GDP growth in the region, countries in the region, have also shown a steep decline. Yeah, although this is also in continued revision, yeah, because of the uncertainty that we are seeing in terms of the impact on the economy. The impact on the environment, again, although we see some respite, yeah, for example, in terms of air pollution, but this is still temporary in nature. Again, if we see in terms of the progress, SDG-related progress on environmental goals, the region basically, sub-region wise, of the 5 sub-regions, majority of the goals and related indicators are off track. Countries in Asia Pacific have been taking actions to cope with the impact of COVID-19. For example, many containment measures have been implemented, from the health-related measures, mass testing, contact tracing, have been put in place in many countries in the region, as well as other related measures, including state of emergency, lockdown, curfew, border closure, port screening, travel bans. Again, at the individual household level, including social distancing, school, university closure, closure of public places, including fines on violation of isolation orders and other measures. On the fiscal stimulus packages, including also actually not only fiscal stimulus packages but also monetary measures, there have been sizable fiscal stimulus introduced by countries in the region, in which the fiscal stimulus then link or relate to this specific assistance to SMEs, to households, to mitigate the impact of the crisis. Other measures relates also the use of the fiscal stimulus is to support healthcare system, again, vulnerable businesses and households. On the monetary policy measures have been introduced to avoid credit crunch and also to introduce more liquidity to the financial sector. To respond to this emergency and crisis, ESCAP has rallied regional support in terms of immediate response and building back better, the more medium to longer term response. And we relate the response to our 3 core functions, which is relate to intergovernmental and related regional meetings, that relates to the policy advice and capacity building, as well as on the analytic support. 5 priority areas, which cover both immediate response and also lead that towards the building back better, the more medium to longer term support. First is invest in social protection and healthcare system to reduce inequalities and build resilience against the ongoing as well as any future shocks. Second, to align fiscal and monetary stimulus with the 2030 agenda by integrating the objective of decarbonization, energy efficiency, and pollution reduction. Third is to build resilience in supply chain through regional cooperation on sustainable trade, investment, connectivity, including to accelerate digitalization. Fourth is to restore ecosystem to build resilience to future pandemics, using the fiscal stimulus for green economy investment and action, for example, as it relates to mitigate air pollution, climate change, and biodiversity. Fifth is to ensure sustainable transition for the ICT or the digitalization, as well as connectivity, such as the transport sector, to enhance green connectivity. And to support and also to leverage further regional cooperation by way of, again, the 3 core ESCAP function, as mentioned earlier, through the intergovernmental coordination platform, including the current Commission session, yesterday forum or regional forum on sustainable development, the APFSD, will be leveraged further to fully implement ESCAP framework of support, as well as we are coordinating and working very closely with agencies, funds, and programs within the UN system, including coordination and support through the UN resident coordinators and country team. ESCAP will mobilize its 8 substantive divisions and 5 sub-regional offices, again to support the 5 priority areas of our immediate as well as medium to longer term support. In terms of UN development system coordination or support, overall support is strengthened through the so-called issue-based coalition on 5 key thematic areas: on climate change mitigation, on resilience, on inclusion and empowerment, on gender and human rights, and on human mobility and urbanization. We will also step up engagement through our multi-stakeholder partnership with sub-regional organizations, such as the one that is already ongoing with ASEAN, think tanks, private sector, philanthropists, and civil society. And lastly, this is just to show Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the overall ESCAP framework for support that I invite all of you to visit our website that will show the more complete resources that you can access further. So a dedicated page to COVID-19 resources on ESCAP Revamp website provides the latest policy guidance, research analysis, news, and much more. ESCAP framework to support socio-economic response to the COVID-19 pandemic promotes regional and sub-regional efforts to build back better through policies. Again, this is, I would like to underline, which is very much aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Now the floor is open for comments, and we have already received a request from a number of delegations. And the first I would request the distinguished delegate of Thailand, and to be followed by the Republic of Korea. Distinguished delegate of Thailand, you have the floor.
To all countries in overcoming COVID, concerns on the grave impacts on our economies and societies, especially on people in vulnerable situations. And in this regard, our sympathy goes to countries facing concurrent challenges of natural disasters. With COVID-19 affecting implementation and achievement of the SDGs, the report recognizes that countries with established universal health coverage, UHC, and universal social protection systems are better positioned to address pandemics. And while UHC is fundamental for responding to health-related crises and for achieving the SDGs, we believe that the Asia-Pacific is still behind in our UHC investments. Thailand, therefore, wishes to encourage ESCAP members to scale up their investments and step up their efforts, including through international cooperation, to achieve UHC by 2030. Thailand stands ready to share our experiences and best practices, including on discussing how to safeguard UHC in times of emergencies. We welcome the Executive Secretary's reference to partnerships. COVID-19 has made it clear that partnerships at all levels is crucial in crises. At the recent special ASEAN summits on COVID-19, ASEAN and its partners, namely China, the ROK, and Japan, have demonstrated such partnership, including by supporting the proposal to establish the COVID-19 ASEAN Response Fund. This initiative will help with provision of test kits and PPEs for healthcare workers, as well as procure medical supplies and equipment, and support research and development of medicines and vaccines in the concerned countries. In our post-COVID recovery efforts, sustainability is key, as it brings about resilience for our communities and countries. The SDGs should be at the core of our endeavors to build back better for a more sustainable and resilient region. As foreshadowed in a draft resolution to be considered later today, Thailand looks forward to working with ESCAP, member countries, and other relevant stakeholders in a reflection process that builds on all the lessons that each of us have learned over the past few months to explore possible practical ideas and policy options in responding to pandemics and other related wide-scale crises that could assist all stakeholders. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Thailand and the Honorable Vice Chair of this Commission for your words of cooperation and support on the COVID-19 and more particularly of the universal health coverage system. So I would also encourage the other member countries to take the technical and the other policy supports from the government of the Thailand in this regard. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Republic of Korea and to be followed by the Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. I would like to make a brief observation on the policy report. At the outset, I extend Korea's appreciation to Madame Armida Alishabana, Executive Secretary of UNESCAP.
Microphone, can you speak closer to the microphone?
Okay. At the outset, I extend Korea's appreciation to Madame Armida Alishabana, Executive Secretary of UNESCAP, and her team for preparing this insightful report. And I would also like to mention the role played by the Secretariat, mobilizing cooperation among ESCAP member states in the fight against COVID-19 through the COVID-19 resolution. My delegation recognized that ensuring the free movement of goods and people, the resilience of supply chains, as well as preventing discrimination and xenophobia is crucial to minimize the negative socio-economic impact of the pandemic. As the GDP growth rate in the Asia-Pacific region this year appears to turn negative, with many people suffering from job loss and income reduction, we believe that the only way to overcome this crisis is through cooperation and collective intelligence, not through beggar-than-neighbor policies. Since the COVID-19 outbreak, the Korean government is managing the crisis based on the principles of openness, transparency, and civic engagement. We have set a trace, test, treat strategy and standardized our disease control method known as the K-quarantine model. In this connection, we are actively sharing our experience and know-how to flatten the curve with the international community, including UN and ASEAN member states, through diplomatic and private channels. Furthermore, we'll endeavor to meet the request for medical equipment from the global community. In conclusion, I would like to echo one of the key recommendations of the COVID-19 report, that concerted action at sub-regional, regional, and global level is needed more than ever. No country will be fully safe before the world as a whole is safely protected from the virus. As we see the rise of nationalism, protectionism, and authoritarianism due to the pandemic, we would like to emphasize the value of multilateralism and international cooperation in the fight against COVID-19. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Republic of Korea, for your contribution. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Indonesia to be followed by the Laopedia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the document published by the Secretariat highlighted the severe impact of COVID-19 pandemic to our region, but it also emphasized how quick action, innovation, and may I add, strong collaboration effectively match this crisis. Experiencing the unprecedented nature and magnitude of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic leave us no option but to work together in solidarity to fight this common enemy. Indonesia appreciates the compromise made and the willingness to break boundaries by setting aside our differences in various fora. Allow me to share with you a number of best collaborative initiatives in this regard. Indonesia, together with Ghana, Liechtenstein, Norway, Singapore, and Switzerland, submitted a resolution on global solidarity to fight COVID-19. It was passed on 2nd April 2020 in UN headquarters with 188 co-sponsors. The resolution urges for global solidarity to contain, mitigate, and defeat the COVID-19 pandemic to multilateralism and international cooperation. Last month, ASEAN and ASEAN Plus 3 endorsed several collective steps to fight pandemic, including the establishment of a COVID-19 response fund, the sharing of information and strategies and ways to ease the impact of the global health crisis on people and the economy. The President of Indonesia also stressed the importance of unwavering resilience and commitment to cooperate among ASEAN Plus 3 leaders during the summit. On 4 May 2020, President Joko Widodo emphasized 3 strategic priorities in NAM summit, namely strengthening political solidarity, translating solidarity into concrete cooperation, and strengthening global partnership among developing countries. My president specifically welcomed the establishment of task force to map out medical needs of NAM countries. During this week World Health Assembly session, Indonesian Minister for Health highlighted the importance of global supply chain for essential medicine and medical equipment for all countries and the mechanism for equitable, accessible, and affordable COVID medicine and vaccine. Finally, Excellency, distinguished delegates, I would like to express my appreciation for the tireless efforts by all of you gathering here today on continuing finding ways to manage the countless hinders when fighting this good fight. The resolution we will adopt today shows us just a glimpse of how much of what we can achieve together for the region through peaceful dialogue and respecting the value of multilateralism. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Indonesia. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Laopedia to be followed by His Excellency, the Ambassador of Cambodia. We cannot hear Lao. Is he disconnected? May I request the Ambassador of Cambodia then to take the floor, to be followed by the distinguished delegate of Nepal, the Ambassador of Nepal. Thank you. Okay, this later on we'll request the distinguished delegate of Laopedia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Excellency, distinguished delegate on this agenda item. I would like to draw your attention to current issue affected us globally. In Cambodia, although the spread of COVID has not reached to extent to which lockdown is needed yet, and all 122 affected cases has been recovered. There has not been any new case for last several weeks. However, the economy start to feel hit now. The textile industry is faltering as orders from the big company are in decline. Meanwhile, international tourist arrival become a rare sight. Close all the school to contain virus spread, encourage many schools to implement using online platform. And ongoing COVID-19 outbreaks seem to have been affecting the economy, trade, production linkages, negative health effect. This would require close cooperation locally, regionally, globally to respond to the threat of virus. To cope with this challenging time, let me share a salient point to contribute to the combat pandemic that I just quote some highlight of my Deputy Prime Minister, Prasakon Minister of Foreign Affairs recently. So first, there is a need to move to more action-oriented exchanges of the technical expertise, knowledge, and proactively explore joint research and development in medicine. Second, communication is the key. We need the collaboration of our media outlet to stop the spread of the misinformation that could cause public panic, even worse, discrimination or accusation. The third, there is a need for us to explore ways to ensure the openness of the regional and global supply chain, as well as the cross-border flow of vital goods, especially food and medical supplies. Cambodia continue to working closely with the member of the UNESCAP and the other stakeholder to continue to contain the contain the virus. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency the Ambassador of Cambodia. So may I now request the distinguished delegate of Lao PDR and request the Ambassador of Nepal to follow him. Now the distinguished delegate of Lao. I think he's connected now. Distinguished delegate of Lao, can you switch on your connection? Microphone. Or we should come back later. Okay, I think there is some problem of connection. So may I request His Excellency the Ambassador of Nepal to take the floor. Excellency the Ambassador of Nepal. You can switch on. Okay, I think let us move on with the distinguished delegation of Myanmar, and to be followed by Lao PDR again.
Okay. Hello? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can go ahead, yeah.
Yes. Just thank you, Mr. Chair, Executive Secretary of UNESCAP, Secretary of this 76th Commission meeting, distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to briefly touch upon our COVID-19 response in Myanmar. As of today, updated information of COVID-19, 199 patients are tested positive, 76 patients have already fully recovered, and 6 patients have deceased. In this regard, government of Myanmar continues to speed up efforts to increase its surveillance and prevent the spread of COVID-19. At the regional level, we are closely cooperating with the ASEAN Health Center. We have regular coordination facilitated by the ASEAN Emergency Operations Center Network for public health emergencies. At the national level, government of Myanmar adopted the COVID-19 Economic Relief Plan, we call the CERP plan, and COVID-19 Fund. It has 7 goals, 10 strategies, 36 action plans, and 76 actions. Under this plan, national level Central Committee and Working Committee are working together with international organizations and all stakeholders, including UN country team, based on the no one left behind policies. Now, we learned that the role of ESCAP and ESCAP can offer the capacity building by regional cooperation platform by the Executive Secretary of UNESCAP presentation. In this regard, I would like to request UNESCAP to provide any assistance of capacity building on specific strategy, operational or technical issue to support national and regional prevention and control measures based on the evolving situation of COVID-19 transmission and saturation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I now go back to the distinguished ambassador of Nepal and then followed by Laos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, namaste. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Mr. Chairman for your election for this 76th Commission session. I would also like to sincerely thank the Executive Secretary of the SCAP, Her Excellency Madam Armida Salsia Alizawana, for her comprehensive statement this morning. Today, the world is suffering from the COVID-19 pandemic. Amid this unprecedented situation, the 76th session is being held in a different way. Taking this opportunity, my delegation would like to deeply appreciate and thank the SCAP Secretariat for conducting this session smoothly. It is important to strengthening resilience of all members and associate members, especially the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and seeds from the socio-economic effects of the pandemic. My delegation welcomes the proposed resolution under this agenda item 4. While talking about Nepal briefly, the COVID-19 has severely affected the manufacturing, construction, hotel, restaurants, travel and transportation sectors, along with micro, small and medium enterprises, primarily informal sector. Remittances are likely to decline, affecting domestic demand, balance of payment, and overall economy. The pandemic has also effect on income, poverty, employment, growth of the economy. And the financing gap will further widen, and achieving SDGs by 2030 likely to be more challenging. In this context, National Planning Commission is initiating to study the economic impact of COVID-19 in different sectors of Nepali economy. Nepal tends to graduate in the next triennial review. However, the unprecedented situation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic will have impact on smooth transition and sustainable graduation. To conclude, I would like to stress the need of enhanced level of support and cooperation from the developed countries to the LDCs, LLTCs, and seeds to strengthen their resilience so that we could truly fulfill the principle of no one is left behind. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished ambassador of Nepal, for your contribution. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Lao PDR to be followed by the distinguished delegate of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, can you hear me, sir? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Mindful of the fact that the current situation of the COVID-19 pandemic has been an unprecedented crisis to humankind, in which to date it has affected more than 4.9 million people worldwide. Yet the number of the infected people and death toll remain increased. As a result, countries have taken necessary measures to contain the pandemic, which have the consequences to increasing negative impacts on economy, society, education, employment, and travel, with exception for the transport of goods and medical supplies between countries in order to meet the basic needs of populations. The transnational nature of the COVID-19 means that no country can win over the COVID-19 alone. To battle this invisible enemy, countries must gear up their collective effort to addressing this pandemic by working cross borders to share experience, best practices in mitigating the widespread impact of COVID-19 to economic growth, create emergency funds for COVID-19, guarantee and adequate food supply and food security, as well as boosting trade in order to effectively cope with and rapidly recover from the crisis. Together, we should increase solidarity and cooperation among countries in the region to contain the COVID-19 and mitigate its impacts on the economy and society. In this regard, Slovakia welcomes the outcomes of the Special ASEAN Summit and also the Special ASEAN +3 Summits on COVID-19. Finally, my delegation would like to reiterate that the Lao government is committed to response to the COVID-19 pandemic and addressing its impacts on the economy and people's livelihood, and wish to take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to the WHO, UN agencies, and international community for the support and assistance in this difficult moment. I thank you, the Chairman.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of the Lao PDR. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Pakistan and to be followed by the delegate of Bangladesh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The impact of COVID-19 crisis will be the most severe on the developing countries on account of downturn in economic activity and socio-economic setbacks. Developing countries are also struggling with unsurmountable debt burdens. In this context, I would like to highlight the appeal for a global initiative on debt relief by the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mr. Imran Khan. The proposed global initiative aims to lay a ground for urgent debt relief to the developing countries at their request and without onerous conditionalities. The Prime Minister's call for the global initiative on debt relief has been widely welcomed by the international community and the United Nations. The UN has just begun the consultations on the initiative. Ambassadors from over 22 countries from all regions and senior officials of the UN, IMF, World Bank, and UNCTAD participated in the first round of consultations at a virtual meeting in New York. Government of Pakistan has announced a relief package worth 1.2 trillion Pakistan rupees for the most vulnerable and has launched Pakistan's preparedness and response plan for COVID relief. Additionally, the government has undertaken several monetary and macro-financial measures to suppress and mitigate the spread of COVID-19. World Economic Forum has recognized and lauded Pakistan's green stimulus program to stem the COVID-19, under which unemployed day laborers have been given new jobs as jungle workers, planting sapling as part of the country's 10 billion tree tsunami plan. Mr. Chair, we believe that while national actions are important, working in silos will not help us in building back better from the devastating impacts of the pandemic, nor it will help us against the future crises. This is a time to show solidarity with neighbors and the wider global community and to work together in a concerted manner to ensure that no one, nowhere is left behind. While the whole world was closing its borders, on the Afghanistan government's special request and based on humanitarian considerations, Pakistan had its border crossing with Afghanistan operational to facilitate movement of cargo trucks and containers to cross over. Pakistan has been actively engaged in regional activities as well. We hosted the SAARC Health Minister meeting in April and have also participated in other important meetings such as the SCO Foreign Ministers meeting in May. I thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Pakistan. Now I request the delegate of Bangladesh and to be followed by the distinguished delegate of the Russia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. Respected Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. My delegation thanked the Secretariat for a comprehensive study report on the outbreak of COVID-19. The report rightly identified the challenges it brought to almost all nations, especially in the Asia-Pacific region in varying degrees and dimensions, and policy options and regional cooperation measures it suggested. Like all other developing countries, Bangladesh is also facing many new economic, social, and other challenges after the outbreak of COVID-19 and already taken some short-term and medium-term measures. The government of Bangladesh, under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, has increased expenditure on emergency healthcare services and expanded social protection programs, declared stimulus package for industries, SMEs, and providing additional assistance targeted to the workers and common people hard hit by the epidemic. Bangladesh thinks that it is now high time to strengthen and intensify regional cooperation through shared responsibility and connectivity to overcome the ramifications of COVID-19. Our collective efforts, partnership, and coordinated response are significant to battle the adverse impacts of the pandemic. We need to share our expertise, knowledge, and resources to manage the outbreak and for long-term benefits of the people of the region. This is an opportunity for us to mobilize regional resources to facilitate economic and social development by removing barriers and constraints. Recently, South Asian leaders already has taken some regional initiatives in this direction. SAARC leaders held a video conference on 15 March at the initiative of the Indian Prime Minister on fighting COVID-19 pandemic and finding common strategy. We have created a SAARC COVID-19 emergency fund where Bangladesh has contributed $1.5 million. We have also set up a WhatsApp group of doctors which will act as SAARC COVID-19 response team, which is an integrated health platform for disease surveillance, and also decided to create common research platforms. A video conference of SAARC trade officials to facilitate trade matters during COVID-19 crisis period was also held. Bangladesh proposed to set up a SAARC Research Institute in Bangladesh to conduct study and research on infectious diseases to prevent future public threats in the region. SAARC leaders also agreed to form a group of trade officials to facilitate trade of emergency and essential items. Health Minister and senior officials of SAARC also met for creation of linkages among medical universities, academia, and research institutions, and greater coordination among health authorities. Bangladesh expects more inter- and inter-regional cooperation to face the great challenges of COVID-19 epidemic. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the attention. Thank you.
Thank you, the delegates of Bangladesh. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Russian Federation to be followed by the delegate of Timor-Leste.
Благодарю, господин председатель. Прежде всего, хотел бы подчеркнуть, что Российская Федерация открыта к широкому международному сотрудничеству. Мы исходим из объективной необходимости решения проблем, связанных с пандемией коронавируса, в духе добрососедства, воздерживаясь от протекционистских и дискриминационных мер. Реализуемый Россией комплекс масштабных мер позволил не допустить взрывного распространения COVID-19 внутри нашей страны. Предпринятые меры позволили достичь одного из самых низких показателей летальности. В России производятся тест-системы, их сегодня более 20. Разрабатываются лекарственные препараты полного цикла, которые уже доступны для клинической практики. Ведется интенсивная работа над вакцинами для иммунопрофилактики заболевания. Через месяц планируется начать их клиническое исследование. Российская Федерация выступает за укрепление Всемирной организации здравоохранения в качестве лидера международного сотрудничества в сфере здравоохранения. Отмечаем важную роль этой организации в координации многосторонних усилий по борьбе с COVID-19. С целью содействия ВОЗ нами были выделены финансовые и методические ресурсы, поддержаны инициативные проекты организации. Российские эксперты приняли участие в страновых миссиях Всемирной организации здравоохранения по вопросам борьбы со вспышкой коронавируса. Пользуясь случаем, хотел бы с сожалением отметить, что подготовленный секретариатом документ номер 76/34, информационный документ, не учитывает опыта Российской Федерации в борьбе с новой коронавирусной инфекцией. В завершение хотел бы подчеркнуть, что одержать победу над инфекцией, над пандемией возможно только совместными усилиями, и в России приветствуют любые шаги наших партнеров, в том числе в рамках ЭСКАТа, по налаживанию взаимовыгодного сотрудничества, по оказанию друг другу взаимополезной помощи. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of the Russian Federation, for your contribution. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Timor-Leste to be followed by the delegate of Fiji.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic has contributed to the world economy decline. The zero price of oil in the global market has massively affected the country's revenue, and the recent pandemic has resulted in the loss of about 1 billion of the Timor-Leste oil revenue in international market. The crisis exposed the vulnerability of Timor-Leste socio-economy in several ways. If the crisis continues, it will further reduce the revenue generated by the fund and shorten its lifespan. It will create problems for Timor-Leste to control its own economy, and Timor-Leste's ability to strengthen its economy will be diluting, and the windows of opportunity to diversify its economy will be much shorter if the fund decreases significantly. The country does not produce sufficient food staples, especially rice, and consequently relies on imports. This scenario eliminates employment opportunity in the agriculture sector, particularly for people in the rural area who otherwise could have endured this kind of crisis. To tackle the financial risk from the coronavirus, Timor-Leste government has identified 90 strategic measures for immediately implementation to support household and business in these difficult times, thereby concerning the economic impact of the health emergency. The economy stimulus package is extraordinary move to mitigate the threatening COVID-19 economic shock and will offset financial needs, liquidity problems, and shortfall in income, so that household firms and the most vulnerable groups, individuals, can function in this uncertain time. Timor-Leste also support the draft resolution to enhance regional cooperation to address the socio-economic effect by the pandemic that will be adopted today. Timor-Leste will continue to work closely with the United Nations Resident Coordinator, WHO, and its development partner to provide healthcare assistance and prevention measures in response to the COVID-19 outbreak in Timor-Leste. With the close collaboration and excellent teamwork, the country has managed to stop the spread of the pandemic throughout the country and continue to apply restriction measures to avoid the second wave of COVID-19. Excellencies, in addition, while imposing the state emergency, the government of Timor-Leste subsidized transportation to ensure connectivity and to allow the movement of cargo transport at all levels and maintains flights for medical supplies, humanitarian and commercial purpose. Finally, Timor-Leste agreed that only with regional cooperation, partnership, and share information and experience and best practice will build a confidence in all countries to fight the pandemic of COVID-19. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, the delegate of Timor-Leste. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Fiji to be followed by Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic has totally limited the ability of small island developing states to respond effectively. It has exposed our capability and capacity and exacerbated by the lack of a coherent regional and international response. Fiji was not spared, and our containment measures so far has not yielded any casualties within an 80% recovery rate. In this regard, Fiji delegation would like to acknowledge Fiji's development partners who responded to our call for assistance. Their assistance was critical because the global supply chain witnessed fierce competition, which drove the prices of personal protective equipment and other essential items up. Countries who are already in vulnerable situations, such as small island developing states, are further disadvantaged by this competition. But not all is lost, as COVID-19 again reinforced the need for collaboration at the regional level in order to effectively address future pandemics. We need to scale up international cooperation. In this regard, the Fiji delegation acknowledges the importance of the draft resolution on regional cooperation to address the socio-economic effects of pandemics and crises in Asia and the Pacific. The resolution addresses issues which are of interest to the Pacific Seas, including the importance of international and regional cooperation to strengthen resilience of all members and associate members. In particular, resilience for least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states and developing countries from the socio-economic effects of pandemics and other related crises. Mr. Chairman, the region's resilience to crises and natural disasters remains one of our important strengths. We often see the human side of member states respond better when there is a call for action to assist our vulnerable people. We acknowledge the initiative taken by some countries to put in place mechanisms, including funding mechanisms that will improve the region's future response. Fiji would like to highlight that as we enter the UN Decade of Action, we need to harness our collective strength to ensure that no one is left behind in particular seats. We need to cooperate and collaborate. Fiji and other seats are already fighting a dual battle in trying to stay alive. We are adapting to the harmful effects of climate change, ocean degradation, and disaster risk reduction. And our reality has been worsened by COVID-19. However, we are determined to address future pandemics because of the confidence we place in strengthening regional cooperation and partnerships to respond and build back better. This will complement our national effort. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Fiji. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Sri Lanka to be followed by the distinguished delegate of Philippines. Sri Lanka, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations on your election to steer the 76th session of the Commission. And at the outset, we express our fullest support in your endeavors as the session proceeds on a virtual platform. Sri Lanka is pleased to have co-sponsored the resolution on regional cooperation to address the socio-economic effects of global health crisis. During this unprecedented health crisis, millions of lives have been lost, while several more millions have been affected globally. As one of the most populous regions, the magnitude of health impact to Asia-Pacific region remains alarming. As we aim to accelerate progress in achieving the SDGs through the decade of action, each government as well as the region will need to think new to find ways to build better resilience in our societies, stronger policy responses, and novel approaches to bridge the disparities among countries to face any future pandemics. In this context, Sri Lanka was pleased to join the SAARC COVID-19 Emergency Fund with a financial contribution of $5 million for the purpose of tackling and mitigating the risks associated with the coronavirus pandemic in the South Asian region. The SAARC Disaster Management Center launched a website for information related to the pandemic in member countries. A common electronic platform has been envisaged to share information, knowledge, and expertise of health services. We support the request to the SCAP to make an assessment of the impact of COVID-19 to the member states in the region. And in that regard, we wish to make the following recommendations for a stronger regional cooperation to ensure a collective response. To develop a strong platform within the Commission for the states to share experiences and best practices, strong regional and global collaboration on enhancing capacity building in public health systems, exchange of technological cooperation and access to medical supplies at affordable prices, cooperation among countries on trade and migration. ESCAP may also consider the post-COVID-19 issues when formulating and implementing macroeconomic policies and negotiating regional cooperatives and agreements in trade and investment, including the Asia-Pacific Trade Agreement. Finally, ESCAP members could look into increased cooperation on e-commerce technology and to reduce technological barriers, particularly for small-scale vendors. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Sri Lanka, for your valuable contribution. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Philippines to be followed by the distinguished delegate of China. Philippines, you have the floor. Philippines, if there is any problem of getting connection, then may I request the distinguished delegate of China and followed by the Philippines.
新冠肺炎发生以来，亚太各国团结相助，以密切合作行动抵御疫情。在中方最困难的时候，各国家给予中方宝贵支持，我们深表感谢。在其他国家遭受疫情冲击时，中方同样感同身受，经验，派出医疗专家紧急支援，提供医疗物资援助，有力支持了全球的抗疫。在抗疫疫情中，我们迎来了联合国成立75周年。面对空前的危机，我们比以往任何时候都更需要多边主义，需要联合国和世界卫生组织发挥核心领导作用，推动全球抗疫合作和协调。亚太各国应当秉持人类共同体理念，将人民生命安全和健康置于首位。经济社会挑战，团结是战胜疫情的最有力武器。中方支持本次年会通过一份强有力的决议，向外释放清晰明确的政治信号，显示亚太区域国家团结抗疫的决心和意愿，表明各方对多边主义的坚守，支持世卫组织在应对疫情上发挥关键领导作用。中方赞赏各方在决议磋商过程中展现的团结合作精神。我们也高度评价直密女士、磋商工作组主席、副主席为推动决议所发挥的领导力。中方愿与各方一道不懈努力，以便早日控制、减轻、击败新冠肺炎疫情。谢谢。
Thank you, distinguished delegate of China. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Philippines and to be followed by the distinguished delegate of Turkey. Okay, so Philippines is not connected, so I would request the distinguished delegate of Turkey to be followed by Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to extend our sincere thanks to the Secretariat, Her Excellency Armida Ali Sahbana, and of course I congratulate you on your election as the chair of this session. As our world is going through a tremendous challenge due to the current COVID-19 pandemic, the addressing of this global matter at this forum with a view to strengthening our cooperation is timely and very important. The deadly virus has hit almost all countries and lives lost are going up in numbers. The economic toll of the pandemic will also be daunting and can be a long-term challenge. However, the global system was faced with many challenges even before we were struck by the virus. Therefore, it is now time for action. As a country that has had to address ongoing human misery in its close neighborhood, and as home to the largest refugee population in the world, Turkey had been one highlighting these challenges. We will continue to contribute to efforts in building a global response, and currently, like many others, we are taking strong individual measures. Turkish government provides free universal health care and has made early investments in its healthcare infrastructure that are paying off right now. We made healthcare more accessible to more people, and we have invested in health workforce and built new hospitals with plans underway predating COVID-19. As a result, we have not experienced an overwhelming pressure on our healthcare system. Our efforts are now turning the tide. The daily growth of the new cases have dropped to the lowest pace since March, and daily hospital discharges are now far exceeding new cases. We also rank among the top 5 countries in the world in our rate of testing. As for our response to the economic impact of COVID-19, our government has postponed debt payments and reduced taxes. And we are also providing direct financial assistance to families in need. On the social plan, we paid special attention to our elderly citizens who are in the high-risk group, implementing restrictions on the movement of our citizens aged 65 and older for their own safety, but by also making sure that all their needs are met by local authorities. We do not discriminate against people based on their country of origin while protecting them from the disease. The needs of the most vulnerable groups, such as migrants, refugees, displaced persons, and the host communities, as well as children, women, elderly, and persons with disabilities, must receive a special attention. In this regard, we would like to see timely implementation of the UN Global Humanitarian Response Plan. Recognizing that this should be a collective effort and no country should be left alone in this fight, Turkey has dispatched aid and medical supplies to more than 80 countries, and we're working to assist others. Clearly, we are at a turning point. And in the words of our foreign minister, of my foreign minister, His Excellency Mevlut Çavuşoğlu, what we do today will definitely define tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished ambassador of the Turkey, for your valuable contribution and the excellent job that your country is doing to control the COVID-19. I see that the distinguished delegate of Philippines is back, so I request the Philippines to take the floor and to be followed by Azerbaijan. Philippines, you have the floor. Okay, I see some difficulties. So let me get back to the distinguished delegate of Azerbaijan and then the distinguished delegate of Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the outset, allow me to congratulate you on an election as a chairperson of 76 Commission, and I am confident that under your leadership this session will be crowned as a success. And at the same time, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to UNESCAP for excellent arrangement of this meeting. Of course, this kind of communication is rather unusual, but this is a peculiarity of time. The recent reports of UNESCAP demonstrated that the region, the Asia-Pacific region, has emerged as a world's fastest growing region. But at the same time, this dynamic development accompanied by rising inequality in the region. Furthermore, the global pandemic, COVID-19, adversely affects all countries of the region, and no country is insured against it. And in this case, Azerbaijan took the prompt measures to prevent the spread of coronavirus. And during the pandemic, of course, the priority for us is the protection of our people's health and the social protection. To ensure economic stability in Azerbaijan and to solve the problem associated with unemployment, ensure macroeconomic and financial stability, a social economic support package with amount of $2 billion US dollars was adopted. And this is only part of steps being taken. In general, our people highly appreciate these measures taken by our states. And we see the scale and complexity of this crisis demand a coordinated global response. It's also evident that no country, regardless of size, resource, can manage COVID-19 alone. Close partnership between the country is essential for us. Here, I want to draw your attention to measures taken by Azerbaijan. On April 10, an extraordinary summit of the Turkish Council through video conferencing was held on the initiative by the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, who is the chairman of the Cooperation Council of Turkish-speaking states. The summit was focused on the fight against the coronavirus pandemic, and at the end of the meeting, the participants adopted a joint declaration. Just for your information, this Turkish Council is among the first international organizations across the globe to hold a summit on the coronavirus pandemic at the level of head of states. Then on May 4, again on the initiative of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, who is the chairman of the Non-Alignment Movement, an online summit of the Non-Alignment Movement Contact Group in response to COVID-19 has been held under the motto, United Against COVID-19. The summit also was focused on the fight against coronavirus. Azerbaijan has provided voluntarily financial assistance in the amount of $5 million US dollars to the World Health Organization in support of the global fight against coronavirus. In the condition of the pandemics, it's important to maintain open trade between our countries and uninterruptedly carry out international transportations. Azerbaijan has already become one of the important transport and logistical centers of Eurasia, has played a major role in the creation of east-west, north-south, and north-west transport corridors connecting dozens of countries. Azerbaijan, as a reliable transit and logistical center, responsibly treating its role in the pandemic, provides unhindered transit traffic through its territory. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, we do believe that UNESCAP will continue to play active role in promoting cooperation in the region to address existing challenges and coordinate joint efforts of our member states for benefits of the region as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Azerbaijan. May I request again the distinguished delegate of Philippines to try, and to be followed by the delegate of Malaysia.
There. Yes, so can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to Excellencies and distinguished delegates of the ESCAP. And at the outset, I would like to thank the ESCAP for putting up the website that is dedicated to the COVID-19 the crisis itself and the policy response. And I really suggest that this effort be sustained and updated as frequently as possible, because as it happens, some countries are actually just a few days ahead of the curve, literally, and a lot of the other countries can really learn a lot from what has been happening. It also helps that a number of member states in the region are actually blazing the way towards responding to this pandemic. So like South Korea, Japan, China, and Singapore. So once again, thank you to the ESCAP, and I hope you continue the effort. Now, Mr. Chair, this time is really the opportune time to accelerate efforts towards the Agenda 2030 for development. And once again, we need to emphasize the interconnected characteristics of all the goals and the targets of the SDGs. So just recently, we did a network analysis of target 3.3, which is about fighting communicable disease, and it's really very interesting that the Agenda 2030 presents a very comprehensive framework on how to go about this. So there's the targets on addressing behavior with respect to substance abuse, tobacco use. So that's target 3.5, and then 3-A, and then about 3.4, which is about addressing non-communicable diseases. There's also the targets on having safe environments. So like safe working environments, that's target 8.8, having safe and affordable housing, 11.1, affordable and sustainable transport, 11.2, and then 15.5 on protecting the biodiversity and natural habitats. And then of course there's the means of implementation, which is target 3-B on research and development, universal access to affordable vaccines and medicines. And then on the part of treatment, the agenda itself talks about universal healthcare, that's 3.8, and then healthcare financing, that 3-C, and then supported, of course, by economic growth. What happens is that because of the lack of research on communicable diseases, at least on a global level, then countries were forced to implement buying time, literally buying time, putting in place economic measures actually in order to stem the spread of the virus. But because of this one, because of the lockdowns, then we have actually endangered the attainment of goals 1 on poverty, 2 hunger, 4 on school education, and then of course on decent work, and then 10 reducing inequalities. And therefore we really need to accelerate the effort towards this Agenda 2030. And as ESCAP is working out a program for capacity development, especially for developing countries, I would suggest that we encourage more of this network analysis workshops of the SDG to help craft a very comprehensive framework in order to build resiliency towards the attainment of the goals. And again, we would like to lend support for means of implementation 3-B on research and development, so that there will be universal access and affordable vaccines and medicines. And on 3-D, which is to strengthen the capacity of countries, in particular developing countries, for early warning, risk reduction, and management of national and global health risks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Excellency, for your valuable contribution. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Malaysia to take the floor, and to be followed by Her Excellency the Ambassador of Kazakhstan.
Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my gratitude to the UNESCAP for hosting this event during this challenging environment of COVID-19. So I believe that this session is important to support the acceleration of actions for the 2030 agenda for sustainable development, and at the regional level, as well as taking into consideration of the pandemic that we are faced today. So Malaysia acknowledged that this requires international and regional cooperation, as we all We are all fighting against the same enemy, whilst the COVID-19 has disrupted the livelihood of our people. It is imperative that the socio-economic impact of this pandemic to be addressed. In this regard, Malaysia has been actively participating in a series of video conferences via the WHO, ASEAN, and OIC platform. This includes the ASEAN senior official meetings on health development, ASEAN Plus T SOM HD, ASEAN China SOM HD platform for immediate exchange of critical updates and technical information. So Malaysia also as a lead country for the ASEAN Emergency Operations Center Network for Public Health Emergency has organized several video conferences on the technical level between the member state and ASEAN, our +3 partners. So in embracing the spirit of universal health coverage, leaving no one behind, we have had targeted health screening to cover our vulnerable population and offered free testing and treatment for COVID-19 to them. Just to share with you, Malaysia has also undertaken various measures at the domestic level with regard to the pandemic as below, among others, established the economic stimulus implementation and coordination unit to ensure Malaysia is able to overcome COVID-19 pandemic from both perspectives, the well-being and the economic. We also introduced the Prihatin package, a support initiative worth 250 ringgit Malaysia billion to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 to the B40 household, business, especially the SME, employees and students in the higher level education. Announced the movement control and order started in March 18, 2020, and the economic sector were allowed to operate at half capacity during the phase 1 to phase 3 of the MCO. And recently we announced the conditional movement control order, CMCO, starting from May 4, in which business are start to allow to operate at full capacity but need to comply with the standard operating procedure in their respective sector. So we also introduced measures to ease the shock to jobs, among others, one of payment for the taxi drivers, tour guides, threshold puller, incentive payment for the e-hailing driver, wage subsidy initiative, as well as employees retention program. In addition, as this year chair of the APEC, the statement on COVID-19 by APEC minister responsible for trade was released on May 5, 2020, which pledged to facilitate the flow of essential goods and services to fight the pandemics and strengthen the regional connectivity by intensifying efforts to make global supply chains more resilient and less vulnerable to the shocks. So in order to advance this sustainable economic growth, APEC will ensure that the trading link remain open and will collectively explore ways to facilitate essential movement of people across border without undermining the effort to prevent the spread of the virus. So finally, as we just adjust ourselves to the new normal and social distancing, it is quite timely for us to strengthen the regional cooperation in every aspect that we have. With that, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Malaysia. And now I request the distinguished delegate, Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Kazakhstan, and followed by, we have 3 more delegates, the France, India, and the United Kingdom. So now I request the Ambassador of Kazakhstan.
Your Excellency, Madam Executive Secretary, Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, Honorable Head of Delegation, distinguished participant, it's my great honor and pleasure to greet you all today at the 76th session of the Economic and Social Commission. This year, for the first time, we are conducting this important regional meeting in video conferencing modality. This unprecedented measure has been taken due to the pandemic of the novel coronavirus disease, COVID-19. This global challenge shook the whole world and reminded us once again that we are all living on the same very interlinked and very fragile planet. Despite all sad consequences of the outbreak for many human lives, as well as for the global economy, it was a good test for us, which showed our weak side, but also our strong sides, and new opportunities and prospects for future development. We witnessed that in this difficult time, many countries show a sense of solidarity with those not in need and gave a helping hand to their neighbors. I'm proud to say that Kazakhstan was among such contributors. And I would like to inform about what necessary decision was taken by government in order to prevent the spread of the virus in Kazakhstan have been largely successful, as the pandemic is not growing exponential. This is certainly proof that implementing guaranteeing measures 6 days after the first case of coronavirus was confirmed in the country was the right move. The government measures that have been taken to support people who experience financial hardships over the past 2 months. Over 4.2 million people has received financial assistance, including more than 1.6 million people who will receive state assistance to pay their utilities. As well as individual people, small and medium-sized businesses have also been negatively impacted by pandemic. In this regard, government announced that tax incentive measures has covered more than 700,000 companies and individual entrepreneurs, which will allow them to save over the $2.3 billion. Furthermore, in order to avoid job losses and reduction in people wages, register of the relevant companies is being formed, which will receive necessary support. Overall, the amount of funds aimed at supporting citizen and business amount to approximately $13.8 billion. And the country is preparing for the post-crisis period. In this regards, the development of medicine will be given a higher priority and will receive substantial support for the government. The World Health Organization registered the inert SARS-CoV-2 vaccine developed at Kazakh Research Institute for Biological Safety Problem to the short list of COVID-19 candidates vaccine and decline evaluation on May 15. This is significant contribution of Kazakh science to ensuring the biological safety of our state, as well as the evidence of the country's strong scientific potential. And I would like to, on behalf of my government, I would like to say our country is absolutely open to the international committee. All the data is published, no matter how sad it may be. This is by taking comprehensive, proactive measures in supporting cooperation with all members of the world community. Kazakhstan is contributing to the international fight against the global COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Excellency, for your contribution. Now I call upon the distinguished delegate of France to take the floor, to be followed by Her Excellency the Ambassador of India.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai la parole. Do I have the floor? Do I have the floor?
Yes, France, you go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. Merci, Monsieur le Président, Madame la Secrétaire exécutive, chers collègues. La crise due à la pandémie de Covid-19 et son impact global montrent combien l'agenda 2030, l'indivisibilité des objectifs de développement durable et la réalisation de l'accord de Paris sont les parties d'une même réponse aux défis sanitaires, environnementaux et socio-économiques du XXIe siècle. Dans ce contexte, l'échelon régional du système de développement des Nations Unies en Asie-Pacifique a tout son rôle à jouer et nous nous félicitons de ce débat aujourd'hui au sein de la Commission. Pour sa part, la France développe en Asie-Pacifique une action forte dans le domaine de la santé, et j'en donnerai 3 illustrations. 1. Le projet EcoMore, financé par l'Agence française de développement à hauteur de 7 millions d'euros, et qui se concentre sur la lutte contre les maladies émergentes dans 5 pays, le Cambodge, le Laos, la Birmanie, le Vietnam et les Philippines. Dans le cadre de la crise du Covid-19, un financement additionnel de 2 millions d'euros vient de lui être accordé. 2. Une activité de formation de spécialistes médicaux grâce à des partenariats hospitalo-universitaires avec le Vietnam et le Cambodge qui ont permis de former 4000 médecins en 20 ans et qui pourraient être prochainement étendus à d'autres pays de la région. 3. Un engagement financier accru grâce aux flexibilités mises en place en réponse à cette crise dans le cadre de l'initiative 5% du financement mondial, avec le développement de nouveaux projets, notamment en Thaïlande et au Cambodge. Les efforts français portent également sur le renforcement du rôle central de l'Organisation mondiale de la santé et la mobilisation des grands acteurs en santé mondiale autour d'objectifs communs et coordonnés. Très concrètement, la France joue un rôle moteur dans l'initiative Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator, ACT, lancée le 24 avril, dont l'objectif est de favoriser l'accès universel et équitable au diagnostic, au traitement et aux vaccins contre le Covid-19. Lors de la conférence des donateurs du 4 mai, organisée par la Commission européenne, la France a annoncé une contribution de 510 millions d'euros. Elle invite l'ensemble des pays et le secteur privé à se joindre à ces efforts. Mais après la gestion de l'urgence de cette crise sanitaire sans précédent, des réponses de long terme au niveau régional doivent naturellement offrir l'opportunité d'accélérer les transformations structurelles pour un développement qui soit réellement durable. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Excellency, for your contribution. Now I request the Distinguished Ambassador of India to take the floor, to be followed by the Distinguished Delegate of United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we focus on accelerating progress on the SDGs, the COVID-19 pandemic has spread across the world, including our own region, and is undermining action on achieving these goals. In trying to deal with this pandemic, India has put together a preemptive, proactive, and a graded response. Domestically, India's response to the COVID-19 pandemic includes US dollars 276 billion relief and economic stimulus package, comprehensive health coverage for frontline workers, and direct cash transfers for the most vulnerable. The government is leading a multi-pronged effort to ramp up the public health infrastructure, protect jobs, and energize various economic sectors. The economic stimulus also embraces major reforms in agriculture and industry with long-term consequences. The pandemic response has also been used as an opportunity for forging and strengthening partnerships among the state, civil society, and the private sector. Mr. Chairman, India firmly supports joint global action to address the COVID-19 pandemic. India has, in fact, been in the forefront of regional cooperation. We have operationalized the SARS-CoV-19 Emergency Fund with an initial contribution of $10 million. We have also shared ideas and best practices with various countries, while also supplying essential medicines to 123 countries as an expression of our solidarity. During the extraordinary G20 virtual summit, Leaders Virtual Summit held in March 2020, the Indian Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, underscored the need to put human beings at the center of our vision of global prosperity and cooperation, freely and openly share the benefits of medical research and development, develop adaptive response and humane healthcare systems, promote new crisis management protocols and procedures for an interconnected global village, strengthen and reform intergovernmental organizations and institutions. We would also like to underline, Mr. Chairman, the utility of our ancient heritage, which is available to all those in our own region. Both yoga and Ayurveda have proved themselves in boosting very ably our immunity and helping in achieving both physical and mental well-being in these difficult times. The sudden popularity of turmeric latte, which of course is a very old and ancient nightcap in India and in other parts of South Asia, is a testimony to this. I would also like to take this opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to invite you and all other excellencies to participate in the forthcoming International Day of Yoga, which will take place on the 21st of June. And of course, in most likelihood, it will also be a virtual event like most events have been in the recent past. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador of India, for your valuable contribution and inviting all of us to learn the yoga, and which is really very useful in these days of being locked down in house. So on this agenda item, I have three, and that is the three last delegates, United Kingdom, Uzbekistan, and Georgia. And that closes the list of delegation under this agenda item. I now request the distinguished delegate of United Kingdom to take the floor, to be followed by Uzbekistan. Please turn on your microphone. Excellency, please turn on your microphone. Yes, we can see you. Just you switch on your microphone. We will come back to you. I think there is some, the problem of connection. So let us try the distinguished delegates of Uzbekistan now.
Can you hear me now still?
Oh, now, yes, you're back. Okay, you can go ahead, His Excellency.
Right.
Thank you.
There's some problem with the connection. Apologies for that, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. In a short space of time, COVID-19 has become a major factor in all our lives and our work. You will have seen, I think, that the UK has been among the countries harder hit by the pandemic. I won't dwell on the situation there at the moment, but I wanted at the outset to thank the many governments and many nations of Asia and the Pacific who have helped British nationals return home to the UK or otherwise supported them in the course of this crisis. Globally, we face an ongoing and evolving challenge. New waves of infection cannot be ruled out. We cannot be complacent, and we must balance public health benefits against economic costs on a continuous basis. What is clear is that scientific research, coupled with global cooperation on a scale never seen before, is critical if we are to control the spread of COVID-19 and tread a path through this crisis. The UK would like to reiterate the calls of others that this challenge can only be met through global action, that the WHO and UN must play a central role in this. As my esteemed colleague from France mentioned a few minutes ago, on the 4th of May, the European Commission, along with the UK and others, hosted a virtual coronavirus global response international pledging conference, which raised $8 billion for vaccines, tests, and treatments to tackle the virus. We are calling for a coalition of international organizations, businesses, and governments to work together to develop an affordable vaccine. To this end, the UK pledged $475 million. Development of a vaccine is, of course, only the first step. Manufacturing, access, and delivery of vaccines will be a major challenge once new vaccines can be developed. That is why, on the 4th of June, the UK is hosting the Global Vaccine Summit. This will focus on ensuring Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, has the funds needed to deliver vaccines against diseases to the world's poorest countries. Only through coming together can we develop affordable treatments and vaccines which are accessible to everyone. You may have heard that the University of Oxford and AstraZeneca, a leading UK pharmaceutical company, are at the forefront of vaccine development globally. Last Sunday, the UK government announced an agreement with AstraZeneca to produce 100 million doses of the vaccine, more than our country needs, with 30 million available by September if the vaccine works. Globally, however, there are of course more than 120 vaccine candidates under development. We hope that we can collaborate at a bilateral level and a multilateral level, not only to tackle the health challenges with vaccines and treatments of COVID-19, but also the challenges of economic recovery, future growth, and continued trade. As we do so, we think we should seize the opportunity to build back better. In this crisis, we have learned so much about new ways of working, about social cohesion, about the digitization of public services and the transition to a digital economy. We hope we can take these forward together into our new normal, and in particular, ensure that we do not leave the most vulnerable behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your valuable contribution. And now I request the distinguished delegate of Uzbekistan and followed by Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to address. This crisis has shown that no country is immune to infection and the need for early preparedness for emergencies in order to reduce future economic impact. The strategic response should be primarily focused on the interests of people, not economic recovery, as investing in people will contribute to such recovery. As part of the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, Uzbekistan aims to continue to provide the necessary assistance to its people by introducing anti-crisis measures, providing tax holidays and preferences for credit debt, allocation of budget loans to industries, which will be the most affected by the pandemic. Following the example of Hong Kong, China, and Singapore, specific funds were also created on Uzbekistan to support low-income households. In this respect, we urge for regional collaboration as a common fund for assisting least developed or the most affected countries from pandemic by providing masks and personal protective equipment. Meanwhile, we strongly believe public spending on health needs to be increased by ensuring the adequacy of health facilities and services to meet demand. To this end, governments should be flexible in their budgets to provide the necessary resources. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Uzbekistan. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Georgia, the last speaker under this agenda item. We cannot hear you. Excellency, can you switch on? Okay, Excellency, we are not getting the connection because I am advised that we can try again, and can we just wrap up this agenda item, or you can speak when we come back on the resolutions under agenda item 11. He's trying again?
Release his mic.
Please, you can try again. No. Should I close? So we can move on, and we will come back to you, the distinguished delegate. Distinguished delegates, this brings the conclusion of the discussion under agenda item 4. So we have 25 delegates have spoken under this agenda item, and very valuable contribution from the range of how their governments are dealing with this COVID-19 and from their assurances of support to the other countries, so that during this pandemic and the post-pandemic time, we can work together to help each other to deal with this COVID-19 pandemic. Now we are moving to agenda item 5, which is review of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the Asia and Pacific. Because of the time constraint, if I can brief the distinguished delegates, that this is the agenda item that covers 10 sub-items, practically the whole range of issues dealt by these 8 divisions of this Secretariat. There are 5 centers and the 4 sub-regional offices. In fact, the whole core works and agendas of the ESCAP Secretariat has been grouped under this agenda item 5. A good number of documents have been published. In fact, under each sub-item, under this each 10 sub-item, there are specific documents, and also there are some documents overlapping certain group of sub-items. And also there are a number of draft resolutions that is grouped in one document, which will be dealt under agenda item 11. So in the brevity of the time, so we are proposing that we deal the whole agenda item 5 together. So the distinguished delegates, when you will request for the floor, you can speak the agenda item 5A to 5J, so that we can cover it within the stipulated time frame. And there are a few other things that will not have the traditional comment from the divisions or from the centers, but we'll have a presentation by the Deputy Executive Secretary, Mr. Kaveh Jahidi, covering the whole agenda together. And if that is agreeable, then we can move ahead with the request to Deputy Executive Secretary, Mr. Jahidi, to brief the Commission on this broad agenda item under 5. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Chair. It's a great pleasure for me to make a presentation on behalf of the Secretariat. And as you say, it covers an enormous volume of our work, but I'll try to push through it in about 5 minutes. At the outset of the decade of action for the 2030 Agenda, the Asia-Pacific region is yet to find a sustainable and inclusive path. And this was very eloquently demonstrated to us in the presentation by the Executive Secretary earlier on. And here you see the SDG progress as another reminder of it. Rising inequality, environmental degradation, increased vulnerability to disasters, all of these are amongst the challenges that our region faces. And the COVID-19 pandemic that we've just been hearing about has further exposed and exacerbated these challenges, and in fact could derail the region's progress towards sustainable development. But on the other hand, as highlighted yesterday by the 7th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, and indeed by our own UN Secretary General, COVID is also an opportunity to build back better, prioritizing investments in resilience, in green industries, green energy, and providing people with social protection, health systems that help safeguard their progress. And regional cooperation can play a role in building back better and confronting these shared challenges. And my presentation, I hope, will demonstrate to you that we have a strong base to build upon with the work that has been undertaken by the Commission over the past year. Starting with social protection. Before COVID struck, the region had already made a head start in strengthening social protection. The draft Regional Action Plan for Social Protection in Asia and the Pacific, and the Asia-Pacific Indicator Framework for monitoring progress towards the implementation of the Programme of Action of the International Conference on Population and Development, a huge mouthful, are good examples of regional work underway to build the resilience of people to shocks, including pandemics like COVID. Similarly, the Asia-Pacific Declaration on Advancing Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment, Beijing +25 review, provides another comprehensive framework to move us forward in the next 5 years. Moving to environment, the region is struggling with progress on all the environment-related SDGs. Again, we saw the Executive Secretary present a deep dive on our progress on oceans earlier today. In addition, we have our cities. Our cities are at the forefront of dealing with many of the environmental challenges, and we have more people now living in urban areas than in rural areas since last year. We are an urban region. The Penang Platform for Sustainable Urbanization, adopted at the 7th Asia-Pacific Urban Forum in October 2019, gives us a clear plan for accelerating SDG implementation in our cities. We're also working with partners to implement the outcomes of this declaration through recent initiatives such as capacity building for mayors and developing city-level air pollution mitigation plans. On the disaster risk reduction front, Asia-Pacific continues to be hit by climate-induced disasters with increasing frequency and complexity. There is one as we sit here. The Asia-Pacific Disaster Report 2019 shows that rapid and slow onset disasters are causing annual economic losses of around 675 billion. And to confront this challenge, the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction in August 2019 recommended the operationalization of the Asia-Pacific Disaster Resilience Network to facilitate very practical resilience solutions, including space applications and data to support resilience policies, as you can see from the slide. Another dimension of climate action is, of course, mitigation, especially on energy. Despite increasing generation of renewable energy, the region is still relying on fossil fuels to meet the fast increasing demand. To accelerate the move to sustainable energy, we have supported member states to develop their SDG 7 roadmaps. Increasing energy connectivity can also help to scale up generation and use of renewable energy. And to this end, a regional roadmap on power system connectivity was developed as a framework for a pan-Asian interconnected grid. The Committee on Energy in 2019 welcomed the roadmap and tasked the Secretariat to finalize it for the consideration of this Commission. On transport, sustainable transport is also a part of climate action and the SDGs by addressing negative externalities such as pollution and emissions. But the sector is more broadly an enabler of socio-economic development, a role very much highlighted during the COVID-19 pandemic, with crucial supply chains and access being disrupted. The transport sector, therefore, needs to integrate both sustainability and resilience. And ESCAP's intergovernmental agreements on the Asian Highway, Trans-Asian Railway and dry ports provide a very strong framework for countries to move towards resilient and sustainable connectivity, including lowering the rate of road accidents. The Secretariat's work on macroeconomics and finance has revolved around promoting economic growth in Asia-Pacific without undermining future development. This year's survey shows that a transition towards a sustainable growth requires governments, businesses, and consumers to align their actions with the SDGs. This is also central to building a more resilient and sustainable economy post-COVID. The committee, in its second session in November 2019, further highlighted the role of regional cooperation on innovative finance, something that was highlighted by our Executive Secretary in her policy statement. Trade and FDI are key engines of growth, but they are stalling and likely to be worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic. Global trade could decline by up to 1/3 in 2020. In achieving the SDGs, trade and FDI need to be much more sustainable. Support to small and medium enterprises, especially those run by women, is crucial, including through financial assistance, improved skills, and enabling business and investment climate. Many of these are central to the ESCAP programs on women's economic empowerment. Technology and innovation, another area that was highlighted by the Executive Secretary in her policy statement, have been the backbone of economic growth, but also a source of inequality and exclusion in our region. The promise of technology and innovation remains unfulfilled for the poor. The Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway initiative is helping bridge the digital divide by promoting better cross-border broadband connectivity. The Asia-Pacific Plan of Action on Space Applications for Sustainable Development includes leveraging innovations in digitization, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, big data, and Internet of Things amongst its priorities. And lastly, strengthening capacities on data and statistics is paramount to advance the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. We have heard it repeated time and time again today, including in relation to the oceans. As you can see from the graph, while SDG data availability has increased over the years, 1/3 of indicators are still without any data. This is why ESCAP continues to prioritize support to countries in their data needs. The Asia-Pacific SDG Data Gateway continues to provide a one-stop platform for SDG data in the region and informs our annual SDG progress reports. In conclusion, Chair, the mounting task ahead is supporting the region to recover from the pandemic and build back better in line with the 2030 Agenda. And the work of the Commission provides a solid base for this task. While circumstances impose a compressed program and a focus on procedural aspects at this Commission session, we look at the committees subsidiary to the Commission to operationalize the work in support of accelerated action for the SDGs. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jaidi, for your very exhaustive presentation. So if I may recap once again that the distinguished delegates of the member countries are requested to make their statement on all 10 sub-items of Agenda Item 5. It might be a little difficult because if you have already prepared your statement under specific sub-items, since we have no time to go sub-item one by one, so I would request you to compress your statement in different sub-items into one and take the floor only once to cover your position in different sub-items. So I think it is clear to all of us. And with this, I now open the floor for the distinguished delegates. We have already got the request from Turkmenistan and Bangladesh, and also a few others. So now I request the distinguished delegate of Turkmenistan, followed by distinguished delegate of Bangladesh.
Здравствуйте, уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые дамы и господа. Слышно, секретариат? Секретариат, слышно? Секретариат, слышно?
Yes, we can hear. You can go ahead. Yes, we can hear.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, прежде всего хотел бы тепло приветствовать всех участников 76-й сессии СКАТа и пожелать всем здоровья и успешной работы. Вопрос устойчивого развития имеется особую актуальность для всех стран мира, в том числе и для Туркменистана. Правительство нашей страны в своих подходах к реализации ЦУР исходит из четкого понимания необходимости в этом работы совместных усилий государства с частным сектором, гражданским обществом и международными организациями. Цель устойчивого развития полностью адаптированы в национальной политике. Национальная программа социально-экономического развития Туркменистана до 2030 года и программа президента Туркменистана по социально-экономическому развитию на 2019-2025 годы нацелены на достижение устойчивого развития и делают последовательное воплощение ЦУР в качестве одного из основных приоритетов. 85% задач ЦУР нашего отражения в существующих национальных и отраслевых программах страны. В июле прошлого года наша страна успешно представила первый добровольный национальный обзор на площадке ООН в Нью-Йорке. В обзоре включен анализ взаимосвязи задач и рассматриваемых целей и задачи других ЦУР по методике СКАТа. Кроме того, в обзор были определены ключевые с высоким уровнем воздействия для более эффективной реализации ЦУР в Туркменистане. Достижение ЦУР для нас – это главная стратегия страны, которая позволит укрепить социальную ориентированность национальной политики, а также достичь сбалансированного развития страны в трех измерениях – социальном, экономическом и экологическом. Главной ориентиром в области ЦУР в настоящее время является работа по повышению статистики ЦУР. Работа осуществляется с агентством ООН и международными организациями. В обеспечении финансирования устойчивого развития мы продолжаем совершенствовать систему государственных финансов. Туркменистан остается последовательными приверженцем идеи построения миролюбивого общества за счет защиты прав человека, разоружения и нераспространения, продвижения глобального и регионального сотрудничества, а также координация взаимодействия в решении глобальных вызовов. В этой связи мы работаем по разработке специальной программы ООН для бассейна Аральского моря, новой Каспийской экологической программы, инициированной президентом Туркменистана в августе прошлого года в целях решения водного и экологического вопроса в Центральной Азии. Эти инициативы не могут быть реализованы в одиночку. Они потребуют активного участия международного сообщества, а также технического и инновационного поддержки со стороны международных организаций и многосторонних банков. В прошлом году президент Туркменистана инициировал создание целевого фонда специальной программы ООН для стран Центральной Азии и Афганистана, странам СПЕКа. В настоящее время практически все страны поддерживают эту инициативу. Таким образом, осуществляется взятых на себя международного обязательства достижения ЦУР. Туркменистан расширяет действия, способствующие повышению эффективности национальной политики, следуя принципу «никого не оставить позади». В завершение своего выступления хотел бы поблагодарить всех за сотрудничество. Наша страна готова к активному диалогу по вопросам ЦУР. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you, Excellency of Turkmenistan. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Bangladesh to be followed by distinguished delegate of Iran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to all of you. As all of you know, Bangladesh did very well in implementing the MDGs. Following its experience in achievement of the implementing MDGs, Bangladesh is one of the earliest starter to implement SDGs under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina from the very beginning. Our strength lies with the strong ownership and political commitment from the top leadership. Implementation of SDGs is being coordinated by a high-level implementation and monitoring committee, which was established under the chairmanship of the principal coordinator under the Prime Minister Office. The first flagship document of the government for implementing SDG was the 7th five-year plan, which was started in 2016 and will be ended in 2020. Bangladesh aligned and targeted to achieve many SDGs in this period. Now we are finalizing the 8th five-year plan spanning from the 2021 to 2025, plan to accommodate many more targeted SDGs. Mr. Chair, in order to monitor the progress of the action regarding the SDGs, the government has established a monitoring and evaluation framework of SDGs while it was targeted 3 milestones of 2020, 2025 and 2030 for indicator following the ending years of the planning cycle of the 7th, 8th and 9th five-year plan of Bangladesh. Bangladesh welcomed the GSDR 2019 report as it was pointed out the 6 transformative areas. Among them, Bangladesh has been identified as a sprinter with relatively high level of achievement in 2 areas. One is the shifting towards the sustainable and just economies and the scaling the global environmental commons. But the COVID-19 made it more difficult for the developing countries to achieve the SDGs by 2030. And the acceleration needs in the 6th transformative area. But it can also be an opportunity for every country to work together to make the crisis into an impetus to achieve it. Now we need the creative disruption, as the report suggested, which will be enabled us bringing new views and perspective to the table and replace and removing the ineffective formal and informal system through the creating new ways of doing things. For Bangladesh, we believe that coordination, partnership and sharing experience and good practices among the Asia Pacific countries at all levels will be the key to achieve our goals. Mr. Chair, to enable Bangladesh to have the transformation needed to achieve SDGs, Bangladesh is taking whole of society approach where NGOs, civil society organizations, private sector, development partners and all other stakeholders are on board and aligned to achieve their respective portion of goal in a stipulated point of time through a pro-people planning process, leaving no one behind. To make this more people-centric, localization of all SDGs has done aligning all stakeholders at local level in achieving respective SDGs. By localizing SDGs, we are creating a space for a kind of whole society intervention where people at grassroots level continuously working with each other in terms of sharing knowledge and alignment themselves with SDGs. Realizing creative energies and transformation is taking place. These also interlink different stakeholders at community level as well as different stakeholders that come as well as national economic system with the local subsystem, ultimately ensuring no one left behind. However, we have some challenge ahead. The absolute number of the poor people is huge challenges. Even in the upper poverty comes down to the 9.7% in 2030, but the projected population would be 190 million, meaning the 18.5 million people will be still poor. Through we are now self-sufficient in food production, but and ensuring the food security, maintaining the proper nutrition for all in a densely populated country like Bangladesh is always a challenge. Through the health sector has shown the great success and some good practices, but still ensuring the universal health coverage will be a challenging. Ensuring quality education at all levels is also a challenging task. Bangladesh being the climatically vulnerable country through the taking many action to reduce the exposure, adoption and mitigation of climate changes will be challenging. Finally, increasing the domestic resource mobilization, particularly the increasing the tax GDP ratio at desired level with this challenging. While receiving the MDGs and now SDGs, Bangladesh developed some good practices in achieving many socio-economic goals. Bangladesh is sharing of those good practices to other Asia-Pacific countries, which is a vivid example of a South-South cooperation, and hope to discuss from the forum will be give us the opportunity to take other good experiences also. Mr. Chair, for the time constraint, I don't discuss the whole detailed substantive issue. Bangladesh is actively participated in most of the intergovernmental meeting organized by the UNESCAP and played a very active and vibrant role, and always giving the importance of highlighting the importance of the cooperation and partnership of the member states. Bangladesh is placing its commitment to implement a dedicated broadband internet connectivity through the implementation of the Asia Pacific Information Superhighway by support of the all member states. I thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Bangladesh. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Iran to take the floor and to be followed by the distinguished delegate of Fiji. Iran, you have the floor. No, I think there is some difficulty of connection. So may I move to the distinguished delegate of Fiji and then come back to Iran again. Distinguished delegate of Fiji.
Chair of the 76th session of SCAP, the Executive Secretary of SCAP and executives of SCAP, distinguished delegates. The achievement of the SDGs is premised on the principle of leaving no one behind. COVID has and will continue to impact on our nations in a way we have never seen. When we are strategizing on policies and programs aimed at recovery, it is critical that we place the vulnerable groups of our communities at the forefront. This is the only way that we can ensure that COVID does not widen the gap between the haves and the have-nots. This is the only way we can ensure that we don't increase the number of people left behind in our quest to achieve the SDGs. In Fiji, we haven't lost a single life to COVID due to decisive and timely actions and restrictions by government, due to the Honorable Prime Minister, who is deeply involved and personally invested in the response we have taken as a nation. That's the direct health impact. The social and economic impact of COVID tells a different story, and this is where considerations of vulnerable groups need to be at the core of any response. I wish to speak on two social issues in the context of COVID: gender-based violence and social protection. For gender-based violence, we all know that COVID has a disproportionate effect on women and girls. And on violence, we have a national toll-free line to report gender-based violence. By way of comparison, in February of this year, we received 87 calls through that toll-free line. In March, it was 187 calls. And in April, during COVID restrictions, this number jumped to 527. These numbers bring to the fore the need to collaborate, government and non-government organizations working together to stem the rising number of domestic violence on our women and girls. And it's unfortunate in our country, we even lost a life to gender-based violence during this period. On the second issue on social protection, stemming from unemployment, the Fijian economy relies very heavily on tourism due to COVID. Shutting our borders and with it basically shut down the tourism industry, leading to the loss of jobs and livelihoods, not only for those who work in the formal sector, but those who also work in the informal sector, enterprises that feed into the tourism sector. And given the thousands of people who have lost their jobs or source of livelihood in the formal and also the informal sector, an increased pressure on the social protection net is expected. It is crucial that social protection systems be flexible and adaptable to the changing dynamics pertaining to economic vulnerability caused by COVID. Ladies and gentlemen, it's often when we talk about the impact of COVID on our nations, the economic impact takes priority. It is also very important that when we are considering the responses to whatever sector it is that we are trying to recover, whether it's the economic sector, the travel sector, tourism sector, agriculture, fisheries, ICT, transport, that our vulnerable people, the groups of vulnerable people that live in our communities are considered in the forefront in the responses that our nations take up. So in conclusion, I reiterate that the social issues exacerbated by COVID will require specific and targeted responses addressing the unique needs of vulnerable groups in our countries. We thank you for the opportunity to contribute to social development topic on in this 76th session. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Fiji, for your contribution. May I now go back to the distinguished delegate of Iran and to be followed by Indonesia. Okay, so may I request the distinguished delegate of Indonesia and to be followed by distinguished delegate of Myanmar, and we'll get back to Iran later on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Executive Secretary, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Indonesia has a bold commitment to implement SDGs. In 2020, Indonesia continues to mainstream SDGs in the current 5-year national agenda with 118 SDGs targets. Indonesia holds measurability and accountability of SDGs implementation as a serious matter. We are currently developing the second version of our SDGs metadata. There are already more than 100 national indicators which can be measured with global indicators. In this regard, we will develop an inclusive for the 2020-2024 SDG National Action Plan and to adjust COVID-19 challenges. Distinguished delegates, multi-stakeholders partnership is one of the key success in implementing the SDGs in Indonesia. 15 SDGs centers from universities across Indonesia have actively contributed in supporting on policy analysis. We have also launched the SDGs Academy in cooperation with UNDP and Tanoto Foundation to conduct capacity building for all stakeholders at national and subnational levels. In ensuring that SDG implementation is on track, we are highly aware with the importance of data. We have launched the SDGs dashboard along with the Indonesia Statistics Agency to monitor the SDG indicators progress. We are currently developing an e-monitoring system to monitor programs and activities from state and non-state actors. Distinguished delegates, one of the biggest challenges that may hinder or slow down the SDGs is on finance resources. Indonesia has positive experience in funding SDGs projects with blended finance schemes. Such example is for the conservation and sustainable use of the fishery area in the Colonel Bay in southeast Sulawesi province. The experience shows that an effective engagement and participation of the local government, civil society organization, coastal communities, and small-scale fishermen at the local level. To continue progress in collaborative financing efforts, Indonesia has established the SDGs Financing Hub, which functions to coordinate, align, and facilitate all innovative financing schemes for SDGs. We are also involved in the development of an integrated national financing framework as a pilot project country. In closing, Indonesia has extensive experience in working closely with our development partners, civil society organizations, universities, and our local governments. And thus, we are ready to share our best practices and lessons learned throughout Asia and the Pacific. Indonesia stands ready to play an active role in UNESCO's framework in this regard. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Indonesia. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Myanmar and to be followed by Philippines. Myanmar is not connected, it seems. So, okay, yes, Myanmar, you can go ahead. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Chair. distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen. Since SDG is time-bound implementation mechanism, the term of SDG is now reaching 5 years and it left 15 years to implement. The progress of SDGs plays an important role for national policy implication. With regard to the implementation of SDGs, this morning we have learned in Agenda 3, fisheries and tourism sector are as a driver for sustainable development of small island developing state, and the lack of data is challenges to develop the policy for implementation. So the capacity of member states will be more or less different. In this connection, the transfer of technology and exchange of good practice play a vital role for sustainable development among the countries. Regarding the review of SDG 2030 in Asia and Pacific in 2019, we recognize that environmental targets are still required to fulfill the targets. At the same time, less than 40% of SDG indicators require the sufficient data. Slow progress of SDG 17 should be considered for achievement of SDGs. In this context, we have to think how to fill those gaps and make collective efforts. So we also recognize the importance of South-South cooperation, North-South and triangular cooperation for evidence-based planning and policy implication. As for Myanmar, Myanmar has adopted Myanmar Sustainable Development Plan 2018 to 2030, MSTP. It is aiming to develop 5 Ps, such as peace, prosperity, partnership, people, and planet. All strategies and action plans under MSTP are linked with Sustainable Development Goals of 2030 Agenda, regional and other international commitments, national and sectoral development plan. Now, Myanmar has the plan to submit voluntary national review, BNR, in coming high-level policy dialogue, HLPF, in 2021 in New York. So we need to more learn about the challenges and opportunities, good practices, and lesson learned of other countries' experience. For the submission of BNR, we are also requested to UNDP in Myanmar to cooperate on it. We also would like to request UNSCAP and CF, Certificate Institute for Asia and Pacific, to provide any technical assistance for submission of BNR process and SDG implementation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Myanmar. May I now request the distinguished delegate of Philippines and to be followed by Georgia.
Good afternoon once again, Mr. Chair. So my intervention has to do with the second Ministerial Conference on Civil Registration and Vital Statistics in Asia and the Pacific. The Philippines supports the postponement of the second Ministerial Conference on Civil Registration and Vital Statistics in Asia and the Pacific to the second half of 2021, aligning with the agreed reasons of the member countries in the Asia and the Pacific. The Philippine Statistics Authority has already postponed the conduct of the National Convention on Civil Registration and Vital Statistics, which was supposed to be on August 2020. And this was intended to prepare the country for the CRVS Decade Ministerial Conference on October of this year in Bangkok, Thailand. The Philippines, just like the rest of the world, is occupied with its COVID-19 response. And the Philippine government is currently allocating most of its national budget on helping the most affected sector in the country. Hence, should the conference push through in October, the Philippines may only be able to send a few delegates or none at all. Moreover, we think that the postponement of the CRVS Decade Ministerial Conference will enable the country participation at a higher level and volume, assuming that the country and the rest of the world will have become more resilient against COVID-19 by the time of the rescheduled ministerial conference. Further, postponing the conference to 2021 will enable the participating countries to share their experiences on, one, how the COVID-19 pandemic brought challenges on civil registration functions, and two, how to ensure that it functions and delivers despite these restrictions and these challenges. Thus, it may serve as an avenue for sharing best country practices in responding to civil registration concerns in times of a pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Philippines. Now I request the delegate of Georgia and to be followed by the delegates of China. Now the floor is to Georgia.
Your Excellencies, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can go ahead. Yes.
I apologize for a technical glitch the first time, so I'm glad to extend cordial greetings to you, Your Excellencies, and express sincere appreciation and congratulate the ESCAP Secretariat for this excellent organization of this event. I will brief in my remarks. I would like to mention that Georgia is committed to implementing sustainable development, all 17 sustainable development goals, and to fulfill the core pledge to leave no one behind, which underpins our agenda. The level of integration of nationalized SDGs into Georgia's development planning in line with European Union integration aspiration is very high. 36 sector strategies and the EU-Georgia Association Agreement jointly incorporates 96% of countries' SDG targets. Regretfully, I should mention that the coronavirus disease pandemic has significant adverse social and economic effects globally, as well as in our region on SDG implementation. I should emphasize that government of Georgia introduced comprehensive package of containment measures, and I'm delighted to know that these measures have been largely successful in Georgia. Even during outbreak, Georgia remained a hub for transport and transit and showed itself as a reliable partner in this. I would like to know that Georgia is committed for implementation of SDGs, and with my renewed thanks, please accept, Excellencies, my congratulations again to the ESCAP Secretariat, and thank you again for giving me the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Georgia. Now I request the distinguished delegate of China to be followed by Uzbekistan, and then we'll come back to Iran again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Kavi for his comprehensive report on all fields of this ESCAP cooperation. And I would also like to draw the attention of our colleagues on the following special issues. First of all, is regarding the energy connectivity. I understand that the working group has developed a roadmap, and we hope the roadmap will reach consensus soon. Second, in the past several years, ESCAP Finance and Macroeconomic Division have developed a PPP financing network, which has drawn wide attention in the region. And I think the financing is also key to the sustainable development goals for the developing countries. The third element I would like to emphasize is about the Asia-Pacific Super Information Highway. And I think this initiative is and would be a very important flagship project for Asia-Pacific region. And it is important to narrow the digital gap among our region. The The fourth element I would like to say is about geoinformation application for disaster reduction and for SDG implementation monitoring. I think this is something new and relates to the desire of developing countries which have high desire for the high technology sharing. So this is very important. These four initiatives, I would like to draw the special attention of our colleagues and ask the Secretariat to continue their efforts to advancing such initiatives. Besides, I understand that in transport, trade and investment, STI, and also environment as well as social area, we also have some important regional initiatives. The Secretariat have to work in a innovative way under this new normal of COVID-19. We should keep working and with relentless efforts to advance these regional initiatives and also advancing the regional integration and economic cooperation. I thank you very much.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of China. So may I just draw the kind attention of the distinguished delegates that we are in fact running against time. So under this agenda item, we have somehow closed the list of the speakers, and we have got now the Iran, Uzbekistan, Cambodia, and Azerbaijan. So that is, with the Azerbaijan, our list is closed, and now I request the distinguished delegate of Uzbekistan. Okay, so I think the connection is not there. No. So may I request the distinguished delegate of Cambodia, and then followed by Iran. Cambodia, are you getting the connection? Can we try the distinguished delegate of Iran once again?
We just give him a little time to connect. Okay, microphone is on.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, could I start? Could I start?
Yes, Excellency, you can go ahead. We can hear you.
Thank you so much. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very much happy that today I see many familiar faces of old friends online. So I take this opportunity to say a warm greetings to all of them. On behalf of my delegation, first of all, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. Chairman, for being elected as the chair of the session. I also praise the Secretariat for organizing this virtual session. I wish the very successful conclusion of our meeting. My intervention is on the under agenda item 5D regarding the activities of APDIM, Asia Pacific Disaster Information Management, and the supports that has been provided by the Islamic Republic of Iran as the host country. The Islamic Republic of Iran, in contributing to the achievement of the SDGs, as well as the Sendai framework on disaster prevention, reduction, resilience, and recovery in the context of South-South cooperation and in accordance with the terms of the Funding Commission Resolution 71/11 to establish the Regional Center of Disaster Information Management with the aim of operationalizing operationalizing the center for serving the needs of the countries in the region, has taken the following measures and steps. Iran, despite all the economic sanctions and challenges imposed, has allocated and paid to the ESCAP around $4 million over the past 4 years. A number of measures has been taken regarding the building headquarters in Tehran for establishing the center and the APDIM staff and its running. The building has been purchased and almost all the required equipment and facilities have been assembled in the building. A number of measures have been taken regarding the building headquarters, and also headquarter agreement between the ESCAP Secretariat and the government of Iran has been finalized and approved in the parliament. So now the APDIM personal legal status as a regional center of ESCAP is guaranteed and well established. The process of finalizing the administrative and financial agreement between the government and the ESCAP Secretariat is also undergoing, and we are doing our best to finalize it immediately after receiving final approval by the relevant division of the ESCAP Secretariat. All the domestic administrative and official arrangements are now in place, including all the security and police protection contingencies, so the center and its staff are able to do their functions based on its statute and guidelines of its governing council in line with the Commission guidelines and decisions as a body of UN system, entitled the respective and necessary P&Is, according to the national laws and the UN rules and regulations. In addition to the above, I would like to emphasize that for the financial sustainability of the center, my government has put the ground and ratified further and required tranches of payments for the year 2020 and afterwards to ensure the continuation and sustainability of the activities of the center and its delivery in accordance with its commitments. To conclude, I would like also to express my profound appreciation for the genuine and valuable support and contributions of the members of the APTIM Governing Council, as well as the ESCAP Secretariat for extending all its valuable and crucial assistance and inputs to make our journey possible for the purpose of implementing the respective Commission Resolution IE 71/11 and operationalization of the center. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Excellency, for your contribution. And now I request the distinguished delegate of Uzbekistan and followed by Cambodia and Azerbaijan. That's the last speaker under this agenda item. So now I request the delegates of Uzbekistan.
Добрый день, уважаемый председатель. Добрый день, уважаемые дамы и господа, уважаемые члены секретариата. Большое спасибо за возможность выступить на 76-й сессии экономической и социальной комиссии для Азии и Тихого океана. Я постараюсь кратко изложить происходящие реформы по социальному развитию Узбекистана. За последние 2 года в Узбекистане наблюдается ряд существенных изменений в сфере социального развития. Ярким примером тому является Министерство инновационного развития, которое было создано 2 года назад по инициативе президента Шавката Мирзиёева с целью поддержки и поощрения одаренных молодежи STEAM направлением и инновационным научным достижениям. Кроме того, Министерство экономики и промышленности было преобразовано в Министерство экономического развития и сокращения бедности с целью социально-экономического развития территории, сокращения бедности, улучшения деловой среды и позиции стран международных рейтингов. Такие изменения полностью соответствуют планам устойчивого развития 2030. Как подчеркивалось в Азиатско-Тихоокеанской декларации по продвижению гендерного равенства и расширению прав возможностей женщин Пекин плюс 25, можно наблюдать положительную тенденцию в равноправном полов в Узбекистане. Хочу подчеркнуть, в 2019 году был принят закон о гарантиях равных прав и возможностей для женщин и мужчин. Соответственно, растет число женщин-предпринимателей. Спасибо, уважаемый председатель.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Uzbekistan. Now I call upon the distinguished delegate of Cambodia and followed by Azerbaijan. Okay, so may I request the distinguished delegate of Azerbaijan, the last delegate under this agenda item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I know because of our time limit and in order to be on the track, I will be as brief as possible. And as Mr. Kaveh Zahedi mentioned in his introductory remarks, that all intergovernmental agreement is important for it's like a solid foundation in our cooperation in transport field. So I want to touch upon the summary of progress in the implementation of Commission resolution regarding the transport part. Yes, there in our last meeting on dry ports, Azerbaijan have mentioned that our internal procedures is close to ratification of this agreement. I wanted just to inform you and Secretariat that Azerbaijan has ratified the intergovernmental agreement on dry ports. And as I see from website, we are since 24 April in the list of treaty collection of United Nations. And so on, we are member of Asian highways, Asian railways, and in intergovernmental agreement of dry ports. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Azerbaijan. And with this, we have concluded our consideration of the agenda item 5. And before we move to the agenda item 6, I give the floor to the Secretary of the Commission, Mr. Miche, for his announcement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to alert delegations that we have reached essentially the end of our time that we had originally scheduled for this session. However, we have been able to work it out with the Kudo company providing the video conferencing platform to extend our time. However, and this is a big however, so please, in order to extend our time, we have been able to get agreement to extend our time with the platform. However, if any of the delegations or individual delegates leave the meeting, you will not be able to come back in. It's just a technical thing with the platform. They are able to extend everybody's participation, so there's nothing that you need to do. However, I just wanted to alert you that if you do leave the meeting, meaning signing out of the session, then you will not be able to re-access the meeting link that you were sent originally. So if you wish to stay until the end of our meeting today, I would encourage you to just stay online. Do not log out, do not do anything, just leave the application and the window open if you need to step away briefly, because otherwise you will not be able to sign in. So please just leave the application running until the end of the meeting. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mish, for your very important announcement. Now we move to agenda item 6, the management issues, and we have 4 sub-items. And again, like the agenda item 5, we will deal the 4 sub-items together. And there are a number of documents under this sub-item. And before giving the floor to you, I would like to request the Madam Executive Secretary to deliver an introductory statement on this agenda item. Madam Executive Secretary, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, it is my pleasure to be with you to focus on management issues. Allow me to say a few brief words about each of the documents you are considering today. On the proposed program plan for 2021. The proposed program plan of ESCAP for 2021, document ESCAP/76/25, is developed by the Secretariat based on the General Assembly's endorsement of the Advisory Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Questions, recommendation on management reform. It also takes into account additional requirements in annual program planning requested by Member States through General Assembly resolution on program planning. The program plan provides the overall orientation for ESCAP and details 13 frameworks for each sub-program, including 5 components of the sub-program on sub-regional activities for development for the program period. It provides an outline of how ESCAP will work with Member States and partners, including sub-regional organizations, to support the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Every effort has been made to reflect the priorities for our Member States. The forward, the overall orientation, and the sub-program strategies have been reviewed and revised to incorporate ESCAP's contribution to respond to the ongoing pandemic and its aftermath. A list of mandates as well as a list of deliverables under each sub-program are also included in the program plan. Please note that the document before the Commission is the unedited version, as the editing of the fascicle is undertaken by headquarters. Following the Commission's endorsement, the proposed program plan will be reviewed by the Committee for Program and Coordination and considered by the Advisory Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Questions, 5th Committee of the General Assembly, as part of the program budget document. The resolution on the 2021 program budget of the United Nations Secretariat is expected to be adopted by the General Assembly at the end of 2020. The Secretariat seeks your endorsement of the program plan for 2021. We count on your government support as it goes through the approval process with the Committee for Program and Coordination and the 5th Committee. On the program changes for the 2020 program plan, which is item 6B, I would now like to turn to program changes for the 2020 program plan, document ESCAP/76/26. The majority of the proposed program changes refer to the programmatic adjustments to deliverables impacted by the current COVID-19 pandemic, including the changes to the deliverables concerning this Commission session. The other proposed changes to the program plan reflect decisions by regional bodies under the Commission and have no regular budget implications. The Secretariat seeks your endorsement of these program changes to the 2020 program plan. On agenda item 6C, which is overview of partnership, extra budgetary contribution and capacity development. Allow me to now turn to the overview of ESCAP partnerships and the outcomes of capacity development activities funded by extra budgetary contribution received in 2019. Documents ESCAP/76/27. We have continued to expand and strengthen partnerships across the board. We have continued to lead the coordination of the United Nations system at the regional level to support member states achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. In collaboration with the Regional Development Coordination Office, established last year, We have supported the development of a regional knowledge hub based on ESCAP SDG Help Desk to help the UNDS entities in Asia Pacific bring together knowledge and expertise and provide coherent policy advice to countries and UN country teams. Initiated reporting of system-wide results around a more coherent value proposition for the UNDS Asia Pacific, with first system-wide report on UN regional results prepared for the Asia Pacific Forum for Sustainable Development this year. And consolidated SDG data and statistics work through the SDG Data Gateway to help regional UN entities, UN country-based operations, and member states to have a coherent picture of SDG progress. In support of resident coordinators and UN country teams, ESCAP has provided methodologies and tools relevant for SDG-related monitoring, costing, and policy support. Together with RCOs, RC Office, and DESA, we offered member states support for the preparation and follow-up of voluntary national reviews and strengthening capacity for statistics, trade, and finance. We also extended our assistance to the least developed countries in their graduation process from LDC status. ESCAP has continued to work with regional and sub-regional organizations, seeking complementarity between their framework and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. For instance, ESCAP and ASEAN have continued to collaborate on the implementation of the Plan of Action under the Joint Declaration on Comprehensive Partnership between ASEAN and the UN 2016-2020. Some tangible results delivered in 2019 include: first, the establishment of the ASEAN Center for Sustainable Development Studies and Dialogue, and second, the establishment of an ASEAN Resource Panel as part of the joint initiative on complementarities between ASEAN Vision 2025 and the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, a framework for action. And third, the development of a roadmap as part of that initiative. On ESCAP and Asian Development Bank, under their long-standing partnership, further strengthened access to data on indicators for the SDGs with new tools developed and capacity expanded for data visualization and advocacy resources. Working with the Pacific Islands Forum, ESCAP continued supporting the implementation of the Pacific Roadmap for Sustainable Development and helped formulate a sub-regional approach to achieve the 2030 Agenda. Partnerships lie at the heart of the Commission's work in delivering the 2030 Agenda. We concluded new strategic partnership agreements, including, among others, the Energy Foundation, the Eurasian Development Bank, IBM Corporation, International Solar Alliance, Korea International Cooperation Agency, or KOICA, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or OECD, and World Meteorological Organization, WMO. ESCAP has also taken forward the South-South and Triangular Cooperation. In 2019, ESCAP partnered with the governments of Thailand, Vietnam, and Laos PDR, ASEAN Secretariat, and the UN Office for South-South Cooperation to organize a series of regional and sub-regional dialogues and expert meetings on advancing South-South and Triangular Cooperation in Asia and the Pacific post-BAPA Plus 40. Finally, I'm also pleased to inform you that to increase the visibility of ESCAP technical cooperation work in collaboration with a diverse range of partners in support of the regional roadmap for implementing the 2030 Agenda, the Secretariat issued the Technical Cooperation Highlights 2018-2019. This report is available on ESCAP website and a hard copy was also distributed to all member states of ESCAP, our partners and donor community. I would like to express the Secretariat's deep appreciation to our member states, donors, and development partners, many of whom are represented here, for their continuous support to ESCAP. On agenda item 6D, report on the evaluation activities of the Commission during the biennium 2018-2019 and outcomes of the evaluation, a review of the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific, the Center for Sustainable Agricultural Mechanization, and the Asian and Pacific Center for the Development of Disaster Information Management. Finally, let me turn to the report on the evaluation activities of the Commission during the biennium 2018-2019 and outcomes of the evaluation review of 3 regional institutions, namely SIAP, CSAM, and APDIM. Document SCAP/76/31 is issued in support of Resolution 66/15 on strengthening the evaluation function of ESCAP and is in response to the Commission's request for periodic evaluation of the Secretariat's program of work, including the work of division, sub-regional offices, and regional institutions. It summarizes the main findings and recommendations contained in evaluations conducted during the biennium 2018-2019 and the steps taken by the Secretariat to address those recommendations. It also outlines the key steps we have taken to improve the quality and utility of evaluations at ESCAP. Documents ESCAP/76/28 and ESCAP/76/29 are used in response to Resolution 71/1, in which the Commission decided to review the continued relevance and financial viability of each regional institution every 5 years. For the purpose of informing this review, the Secretariat commissioned independent evaluation of SIAP and CSAM. I am pleased to submit for your consideration the main conclusions and recommendations for improving the relevance, result orientation, and financial viability of these centers, contained in documents SCAP/76/28 and SCAP/76/29. I have committed to taking appropriate actions to address these recommendations together with my senior management team. Details of this commitment are contained in the same documents, SCAP/76/28 and SCAP/76/29. The full reports of these evaluations are contained in the information notes SCAP/76/INF/2 and SCAP/76/INF/3. I now refer to final document under agenda item 6D, document SCAP/76/30 on the review of the establishment of APDIM. The Secretariat commissioned this independent and comprehensive review of APDIM in 2019 in support of Resolution 71/11, in which the Commission decided to assess the performance of APDIM on the basis of the findings of an independent, comprehensive review at its 76th session, and to determine the continuation of its operation as a regional institution of the Commission thereafter. Document SCAP/76/30 summarizes the main conclusions and recommendations of the review, and the full report is provided in the information note SCAP/76/INF/4. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary. We will now consider these sub-items, because these sub-items are a little bit of different nature, the program and the budget and the evaluation reports. So As advised by the Secretariat, we will quickly go by sub-item one by one. So the floor is open for the agenda item 6A, the proposed program plan for 2021. So is there any delegates who would like to speak under this agenda item 6A? If there are none, then we'll go to the agenda item 6B, which is the program changes for the 2020 program plan as contained in document SCAP/76/26. Is there any delegate to make any remark under this agenda item? Oh, no. Oh, is Russia is there? Yeah.
6C.
I do not see any delegates under agenda item 6B, but under 6C, which is the overview of the partnership, extra budgetary contributions, and capacity development contained in the document SCAP/76/27. So I see a distinguished delegate of Russia, followed by China and the Korea. So the distinguished delegate of Russia, the floor is yours.
Благодарю, господин председатель. Я хотел бы проинформировать о том, что мы направили в секретариат СКАТа. No translation?
Yes, Excellency, there is translation. We can hear. Yeah.
Okay. Я хотел бы проинформировать о том, что мы сегодня направили в секретариат СКАТа форму, подтверждающую о том, что Российская Федерация перечислила ежегодный добровольный взнос в бюджет комиссии в размере $1 200 000 США для финансирования проектной деятельности СКАТа. Дополнительно были перечислены $30 000 США в бюджет Статистического института для Азии и Тихого океана для поддержки его деятельности в текущем году. Просьба отразить это в решении номер 13. Спасибо.
Thank you, distinguished the Ambassador of the Russian Federation. I hope the Secretariat has noted that, and it will be duly reflected in their document. So now I request the distinguished delegate of China.
李先生，我愿意借此机会宣布中方2020年对安与相关附属机构专款意下如下：一，中方将向亚太技术转移中心 APC 专款19万元人民币。第二，中方将向亚太农机中心 CSAM 专款154.8万美元。1.548 million。第三，中方将向亚太统计研究所专款7万美元。第四，中方将向残疾人10年专款1万美元。第五，中方将向东北亚环境合作机制 NISPAC 专款4.5万美元。第六，中方将继续向中国 ASCAP 合作基金继续专款，具体金额目前手头尚在确认，中方将在会后适时通知秘书处。 谢谢。
Thank you, Excellency, for very generous donation to the ESCAP. I think the ESCAP has noted that and much appreciated of your government's gesture to the ESCAP. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Korea attaches importance work of UNESCAP.
Do please, take the microphone a little closer. Yeah.
Okay. The Republic of Korea attaches great importance to the work of UNESCAP. The Korean government will contribute more than $4 million in 2020, including our contribution to the program of work and the regional institutions. The details already we submitted to the Secretariat. Currently, 6 non-reimbursable loan NRL experts are working in UNESCAP to support the technical cooperation activities. We acknowledge the role of your NRLs as a very valuable asset to the organization. Therefore, we will continue to dispatch NRL experts from the various sectors. It is our sincere hope that our contribution in funds and human resources would be utilized more strategically and effectively with the ESCAP Secretariat capabilities. Since 2005, the Republic of Korea has been cooperating with the ESCAP in order to support the sustainable development of member states through the Seoul Initiative Network on Green Growth project. The Seoul Initiative Network on Green Growth has significantly contributed to promoting the principle of sustainable development across the Asia-Pacific region. Given the meaningful achievement accumulated over the past 15 years, it is believed that the extension of SI project will contribute to further solidifying the pathway toward the achievement of sustainable development goals in the region and promoting the implementation of related policies in member states. In this regard, the Korean government intends to extend the Seoul Initiative for the following 5 years. That is phase 4. In addition, the Republic of Korea will make in-cash and in-kind contributions to the Seoul Initiative on sustainable economic growth, green growth, for 5-year extension from 2021 to 2025. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Republic of Korea. Now I request the distinguished ambassador of India to take the floor and followed by the Myanmar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. India remains privileged to host the ESCAP Sub-Regional Office for South and Southwest Asia and the Asian Pacific Center for Technology Transfer, the APCTT in New Delhi, and looks to the further strengthening of these offices, expansion of their work for capacity building and engagement with their members. Government of India strongly believes that the APCTT's mandate for Asia Pacific region has become more relevant in the context of the human, economic and social impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. India has been extending both financial and technical support to APCTT since 1994 and recognizing the need for additional funding. Last year, we had enhanced our support to US dollars 400,000 in the 75th annual session. Since then, Government of India has been regularly conducting extensive internal stakeholder consultations on expanding the activities of the center. According to the feedback received from stakeholders and in recognition of our increased responsibility as the host country, we are happy to announce an enhanced contribution to APCTT from $400,000 to $870,000 from the financial year 2020-2021. We look forward to APCTT utilizing the additional resources to align its mandated work with MSME-oriented, IT-powered, environmentally responsible and gender-conscious technology initiatives. Government of India would also seek the Governing Council's support in securing increased matching voluntary contributions from other member countries to promote and strengthen the center further. The Government of India reiterates its commitment to support APCTT to deliver effective services to members as well as associate members. India is ready to extend assistance to the center in identifying suitable resource mobilization strategy for sustainable and efficient operations of the center. We also announce our pledge for the ESCAP sub-regional offices and regional institutes as follows: South and Southwest Asia, US $79,000. The Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific, SIAP, $25,000. CSAM, US $15,000. And of course, as I already mentioned, $870,000 for the APCTT. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Distinguished Ambassador of India, for the continued support of your government. Now I request the Distinguished Delegate of Myanmar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to just inform to the Secretariat, we, Myanmar, already sent to the ESCAP contribution account pledge for the ESCAP program of work and the CF. Thank you.
Thank you, Distinguished Delegates of Myanmar. And with that, we have closed the discussion on the agenda item 6C. Now we move to the agenda item 6D, and we have 4 reports under this agenda item 6D. One is the report on the evaluation activities of the Commission during biennium 2018-2019, and then the Statistical Institute of Asia and Pacific, and contained in document 28 and info 2, and then the evaluation of the Center for Sustainable Agriculture Mechanization, that is in the document 29 and the info 3, and the last one is the review of the Asian and the Pacific Center for the Development of Disaster Information Management, contained in documents 30 and info 4. So now we would like to open the floor to the delegate for any statement on any of these reports and evaluations. So, yes, I see the delegates of Bangladesh. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to spoke on just issue of the FDIM. The Bangladesh was very keen interested regarding the establishment of FDIM. Bangladesh believed to manage and mitigate the damage of disaster is possible by collection of proper data and information. For this reason, Bangladesh is feeling the importance of this regional institute of SCAP. As one of the pioneer organizations in this region, SCAP is working with the member state to strengthening the organization of the member state which are handling the disaster. Considering the importance, considering the increasing trend of the disaster in the region, the information and data, the main strength to manage the disaster and minimize the damage and loss. So, as a member state, as a member of the Governing Council, last 2 times, Bangladesh is observing the value of the works of the FDIM. Bangladesh thinks the FDIM can play a very vital role in collection and disseminate the information regarding the disaster, which can help the others, which they can do with the help of the other UN and international organization. So my delegation is supporting the continuous work and strengthen the FDIM. Hope FDIM will continue its endeavor for providing the accurate data and information regarding the disaster to the member state. I thank you all.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Bangladesh. And with that, as I see no other request for the floor, I conclude the discussion on agenda item 6D. So with that, we conclude the deliberation of the entire agenda item 6, the management issues. Now we move on the agenda item 7, review of the conference structure of the Commission. Under this agenda item, we are considering two documents practically. One is SCAF/76/5, that is the summary of the progress in the implementation of the Commission's resolution, the resolution 74/5, and the other document is SCAF/76/32, review of the conference structure of the Commission pursuant to resolution 73/1. Now at this stage, I invite Her Excellency Mrs. Samantha Joy Surya, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and the Permanent Representative of Sri Lanka to SCAP, and the Chair of the Open-Ended Working Group on the review of the conference structure of the Commission, to report on the work of the working group. Madam Ambassador, you have the floor. Ambassador of Sri Lanka, are you listening to us? Do you find yourself connected? Yes, Excellency, we can see you. Yes, we can see you.
Yes. Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chair. We congratulate you for the manner in which you have been steering the work of this session. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, I'm honored to introduce to you today the work of the Open-Ended Working Group on the review of the conference structure of the Commission in my capacity as Chair of the Working Group, and also on behalf of the Vice Chair, Mr. Paul Stevens, Minister and Deputy Head of Mission and Permanent Representative of Australia to SCAP. As you may recall, the Commission in its decision 75/17 had entrusted the Open-Ended Working Group to further consider issues pertinent to the review of the conference structure of the Commission as provided for in its resolutions 71/1 and 73/1. The working group also advanced consultations among member states on how to strengthen the link between the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development and the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development, in resolution 75/2. The Open-Ended Working Group met 4 times between December 2019 and March 2020. Consultations included a dedicated interactive discussion with member states and other stakeholders, and a briefing by His Excellency Mr. Taha Imnad's Permanent Representative of Georgia to the United Nations in New York in his capacity as the co-facilitator for the review of the High-Level Political Forum for Sustainable Development and the Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC. In the context of the review of the conference structure of the Commission, the working group discussed the possibility of updating the issues to be considered by the committees subsidiary to the Commission, as well as aligning the frequency of ad hoc ministerial conferences with their associated committees. In the context of Resolution 75/2, the working group discussed the possibility of updating the terms of reference of the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. The format of the outcomes of the forum, the role of the forum in consideration of voluntary national reviews, and the opportunity of review and update the regional roadmap for implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. Mr. Chair, while the open-ended working group was able to make good progress in terms of allowing member states to share views and perspectives on the review of the conference structure of the Commission, and in particular in relation to the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, the exceptional circumstances and unprecedented challenges brought about by the coronavirus disease in 2019 prevented the working group from having in-depth discussions and reaching clear consensus on specific recommendations. Moreover, while some elements of convergence started to appear in relation to recommendations of strengthening the linkages between national, regional and global follow-up and review of the 2030 Agenda, any concrete recommendation for the format of the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development would need to wait for the ongoing review of the high-level political forum on sustainable development to be completed. Therefore, the working group recommends that further discussions on the review of the conference structure of the Commission may be convened in the context of the final review to be presented at the 78th session of the Commission in 2022. While further linkages between national, regional and global follow-up and review of the 2030 Agenda may be held in the lead up to and at the 8th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development in 2021. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for very elaborative report. I would now request the delegates if they have any comment. So I see no delegates interested on this agenda item. So with that, I close the discussion under this agenda item 7. Now we move to the agenda item 8, the activities of the Advisory Committee of Permanent Representative, ACPR, and the other representatives designated by members of the Commission. Under this agenda item, we are considering document SCAP/76/33, report of the ACPR, and then I would like to invite the rapporteur of the ACPR, Her Excellency Madam Roshan Yasbulatova, the Ambassador Extraordinary and the Plenipotentiary, and the Permanent Representative of Kazakhstan to SCAP, to present the report of the ACPR to the Commission. Your Excellency, Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Madam Executive Secretary, Excellencies, distinguished guests, I'm very honored to introduce to you today the report of the Advisory Committee of Permanent Representative and other representatives designated by members of the Commission on its activities since the last session of the Commission in May 2019 until March of this year. As you may recall, the Commission in its resolution 73/1 had entrusted the Advisory Committee with several functions, including strengthening close cooperation and consultation between Member States and the Secretariat, serving as a deliberative forum for substantive exchange of views and providing guidance or formulation of the SCAP agenda, as well as advising the Executive Secretary on the program of work and preparation for the Commission and its subsidiary committees. In the elapsed time since the last session of the Commission, the committee has done just that. The Advisory Committee held 6 regular sessions during the past year. In addition, informal consultations were held to initiate discussion about the theme topic for the 77th session of the Commission in 2021. Moreover, the Advisory Committee convened its informal working group on draft resolution. This was chaired by Ms. Suzila Binti Mohammed Siddiq, permanent representative of Malaysia to ESCAP, and Mr. Rangwudi Wirabutr, deputy permanent representative of Thailand to ESCAP, as a vice chair, to undertake the initiative review of the draft resolution and decision before the submission to the session of the Commission for its consideration. Mr. Chair, allow me to highlight a few activities of the Advisory Committee. From document SCAP/76/33 placed before you. The Advisory Committee reviewed the outcomes of the 75th session of the Commission and provided advice and guidance on the implementation of the 9 resolutions adopted at the session. The Advisory Committee also reviewed the preparation made by the Secretariat for the current 76th session of the Commission. The past year has seen the members of the Advisory Committee closely reviewing preparation for and outcomes of a broad range of meetings convened by ESCAP in several sectoral streams, including disaster risk reduction, energy and macroeconomic policy, poverty reduction, and financing for development. The Advisory Committee also reviewed the preparation for and outcomes of the Asia-Pacific Ministerial Conference of the Beijing +25 review. Furthermore, the Advisory Committee reviewed the preparation for the 7th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, as well as the 2nd Ministerial Conference on Civil Registration and Vital Statistics in Asia and the Pacific. The Advisory Committee also examined the outcomes of the session of the Governor Council of the Regional Institution of ESCAP. Throughout the years, the Executive Secretary of ESCAP regularly informed the Advisory Committee of activities related to priority issues of the United Nations and of ESCAP, and outcomes of her mission to ESCAP members and associate members and to other countries, including her participation and measure meetings. Regular updates on cooperation between member states and the Secretariat, the reform of the United Nations Development System, and administrative and programmatic matters concerning ESCAP were regularly provided to the Advisory Committee. Moreover, the Advisory Committee was briefed on the key recommendation provided to the Executive Secretary by the Eminent Person Advisory Group. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to sum up, the Advisory Committee provided valuable advice and guidance to the Secretariat in the past year, while reminding countries, the importance of monitoring the implementation of Commission resolution and improving coordination among all relevant stakeholders, pursuing the economic, social, environment agenda of ESCAP. As the rapporteur of the SCPR, it's my honor to hereby submit for consideration by the Commission the report of the Advisory Committee of Permanent Representative and other representatives designated by members of the Commission. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador, for your very informative briefing. I would now open the floor for the delegate for their comments on this agenda item 8. So I see no delegation wishing to make comments, and with that I conclude the discussion under agenda item 8. We now move on to consider the agenda item 9, the dates, venue and theme topic for the 77th session of the Commission 2021. Under this agenda item, we are considering document SCAP/76/17. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Miche, Secretary of the Commission, to deliver an introductory statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and distinguished delegates. As the Chair has just mentioned, the document you have before you, SCAP 76/17, contains information concerning the proposed dates and venue for the 77th session of the Commission in 2021, as well as a proposal for its theme topic and some of the issues to be covered by the theme study. It is proposed that the 77th session be held from 26 to 30 April 2021 in Bangkok, here at the United Nations Conference Center, taking into account the usual major meetings and holidays that occur during April and in particular the first half of May 2021, both of which may have an impact on both the servicing of and participation at the session. With regard to the theme topic for the 77th session of the Commission, the Advisory Committee of Permanent Representatives held a few rounds of consultations, and a preference emerged for the topic on, quote, building back better from crises through regional cooperation in Asia and the Pacific, end quote. The Commission is therefore requested to confirm both the recommendations for the proposed dates and the proposed theme topic for the 77th session. Once the Commission has taken a decision on the theme topic after the session, the Secretariat will prepare an outline along with some of the issues to be covered by the theme study for further consultation and consideration by the Advisory Committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mesh. Now the floor is open for the delegates for their comments or statements on this agenda item. I see no delegates wishing to make comments at this point. And do I now take this that the Commission agrees that the 77th session be held in Bangkok from 26 to 30th April 2021? It is so decided. Do I take that the Commission also agrees that the building back better from crisis through regional cooperation in Asia and the Pacific will be the theme topic for its 77th session in 2021? It is also so decided. With that, I conclude the discussion on agenda item 9. So we are almost finishing. Now moving to the agenda item 10, the other matters. Under this agenda item, the Commission will conduct the election of the Governing Council of the Asia Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology, APCTT. Before we get to the election, may I briefly recall that the Secretariat had sent a communication dated 23rd April 2020 to all seats of governments concerning the election of the Governing Council of APCTT, by which it conveyed the list of the nominees for election and statements accompanying their candidacies. In its communication, the Secretariat also recalled that 1. The statute of the Center stipulates that the Governing Council shall consist of a representative designated by the Government of India as host country and no fewer than 8 representatives nominated by other members and associate members of the SCAP elected by the Commission. And 2 of Rule 41 of the Rules of Procedure of the Commission states that all elections shall be decided by secret ballot. However, bearing in mind the decision to convene this 76th session of the Commission through video conferencing due to the exceptional circumstances brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, following consultation with the ACPR by the members of the Commission, it was agreed that since there are more than minimum number of the nominees, the Commission could elect the Governing Council by acclamation rather than by secret ballot, and which is not possible because of the the prevailing circumstances. Before I conclude, would any delegation wish to take the floor on this matter? I see none. Huh? If none, then I am pleased to name the nominees of the Governing Council of the APCTT as follows in alphabetical order: Bangladesh, China, Indonesia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Nepal, Pakistan, the Republic of Korea, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Uzbekistan. May I take it then that the Commission elects these 10 nominees along with the host country, India, to the Governing Council of the Asia Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology. I see the distinguished delegate of the United States of America. The floor is Your Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a brief statement before, while the United States will join the consensus in electing the Governing Council of the Asia Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology, we would like to also reiterate our commitment to supporting economic development in the Asia Pacific region. However, we'd like it stated for the record that the United States would express our concern about Iran's participation in this body, given its role as one of the leading state sponsors of terror and its continued violations of international norms. In particular, Iran has been known to abuse technology transfer to support its nuclear program and regional missile proliferation. So that's the end of my statement, but I hope that can be reflected in the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your statement, and it will be duly recorded. And now I see the representative of the Iran asking for the floor. The floor is yours.
Do you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Excellency? Okay, thank you so much. Just as a right to reply, the accusation that was just raised by the delegate of the United States, I just want to respond that everybody knows nowadays that which country is state sponsoring of terrorism, and in particular, the supporting and initiating the proactive player in the world for economic terrorism against my country and many other countries. Therefore, the said country is not eligible and is not in the position to accuse other countries when they are trying to use their self-defense and for their right of development exercise. Just it is a quick reply to that kind of intervention, and I would like to record this reply in the records of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Iran. And I see no other delegation wishing to make a statement under this agenda item. And with that, we... So I understand that both the delegation, the distinguished delegation of the United States agreed to the nomination of the 10 countries and of its election. So if there is no objection, then we can decide it.
You have to read the nominees.
Yeah, we have mentioned the name before. So let me repeat it again. The Bangladesh, China, Indonesia, Islamic Republic of Iran, Nepal, Pakistan, the Republic of Korea, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Uzbekistan, in addition to the host country, India. So the governing council total member will be 11. So I see no objection, so it is so decided. Okay, so this concludes our deliberation on agenda item 10. So now we are moving to the last agenda. It's the agenda item 11, and that is the adoption of the resolutions, draft decisions, and also the report of the Commission. And we have deliberated on a number of issues of significance for this reason throughout the day. I note with appreciation that with the cooperation of the delegations and the efficient servicing of the Secretariat, we shall be able to complete our work on, I think we have already crossed the time, but at this time I would like to remind the member of the Commission that the stipulated resolution in 73/1, the report we are about to adopt contains only the decisions and resolutions, but we will be considering now along with the organizational matter for this session. So due to the exceptional nature of this year's session, the usual draft record of the proceedings will not be prepared by the Secretariat. A brief summary of the salient points made mainly under agenda item 2, 3, 4 and others will be prepared by the Chair with the assistance of the Secretariat and will be annexed to our report. If that is clear to all delegation and if there is no comment, I wish to invite the permanent representative. Oh, we have got 2 countries asking for the floor on this agenda item 11. I see the distinguished delegate of Maldives, then Philippines, and
it's about the resolutions.
And Turkey and Iran. I think it is about the resolution under agenda item 8. We are coming to that. Distinguished delegates, we are coming to you. So, yeah, but before that, I wish to invite the permanent representative of Malaysia to ESCAP, Mrs. Sujila Binti Muhammad Siddiq, who was the chair of the informal working group on draft resolution and worked so hard in the last few weeks, and to report to us on the work of the working group. And I invite the chair of the working group to present her report.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me at the outset to thank the members of the Commission for entrusting in me and Mr. Rongwood Virabut, Deputy Director General and Deputy Permanent Representative of Thailand to ESCAP, the responsibility of serving as the Chair and Vice Chair of the Informal Working Group on Draft Resolutions. As we all know, this is not a normal year, and in light of the exceptional circumstances, Member States agreed to defer all planned resolutions for this year's session to next year, with the exception of the resolution related to the theme topic of the session. I wish to thank all delegates that were planning to table resolutions at this year's session for their flexibility and cooperation. Members also felt that the unprecedented challenges and far-reaching health, economic, and social impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic called for the Commission to send a message of unity, solidarity, and cooperation. For this reason, I tabled the text on behalf of the membership. The exceptional circumstances in which we meet also have called for a different way of conducting our work. While the informal working group on draft resolutions facilitated consultations in the lead-up to the session, as per usual practice, all negotiations had to be concluded prior to the session and through a combination of online and offline consultations. Moreover, in the interest of aligning the procedures of the ESCAP with those of its parent body, the Economic and Social Council, or ECOSOC, and to facilitate the decision-making process of the session, the informal working group adopted a silence procedure in line with ECOSOC Decision 2020/205 of 3rd April 2020. In this regard, Mr. Chair, I am pleased to report that the draft resolution on COVID-19 and the decisions before the Commission for adoption today have undergone a silence procedure of 72 hours, which no objections were raised. Nevertheless, objections were raised on the Oceans resolution in its first round of silence procedure, and as a result, I convened an additional meeting of the informal working group to seek consensus. The new agreed text was placed under for a second round of silence procedure. The 72 hours have elapsed at 3 p.m. today, and I am pleased to report that no objections were raised by the deadline. Mr. Chair, as mentioned, there are two draft resolutions before the Commission for adoption, both of which deal with critical issues for the region and the world. The adoption of the resolutions would lay very strong foundations for the sustainable development of the region in conserving the sustainable using our oceans and in charting a stronger way forward in the aftermath of the socio-economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Chair, it is now my honor to present to the Commission the two draft resolutions as recommended by the Informal Working Group on Draft Resolutions for consideration and adoption by the Commission. The first draft resolution is strengthening cooperation to promote the conservation and sustainable use of the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific, as contained in document SCAP/76/L.4, and second, regional cooperation to address the socio-economic effects of pandemics and crises in Asia and the Pacific, as contained in document SCAP/76/L.5. Mr. Chair, there are the two draft resolutions which the Informal Working Group has recommended for consideration and adoption by the Commission and which have undergone the silence procedure. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the distinguished delegates for their active participation, guidance, support, and cooperation. I also want to acknowledge the efforts of the Secretariat throughout our consultations. It was not easy to service the negotiations given the circumstances, I must confess, but I speak for the entire Informal Working Group when I say that the support provided by them is greatly appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Siddiq, for your hard work and come up with the two clean resolution. And now we will go to deal these two resolutions one by one. And for ease of review, I will take up the resolutions one by one in order of the agenda item under which they were tabled. The first one was under the agenda item 2, that is the strengthening cooperation to promote the conservation and sustainable use of the ocean, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific, that is contained in document SCAP/76 and the L4. I think that resolution is available with you. And now I open the floor for any comments on this resolution. So these are this. Which one? All these. All these. So I see the distinguished delegate of Maldives and then followed by Philippines. Yes, you can go ahead, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The delegation of the Maldives would like to take this opportunity to express our desire to co-sponsor the two resolutions before us. Thank you.
Thank you. The Secretariat has noted that. And now the distinguished delegate of Philippines, followed by Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence. Yeah, so we just want to go on record that the Philippines supports the intent of the resolution to urge member states to strengthen regional economic, social, and environmental cooperation for the sustainable use of ocean and marine resources in the region. The Philippines underscores the preeminence of the UNCLOS as the legal framework within which all activities in the oceans and seas must be carried out, including scaling up solutions through actions that underscore the spirit of this resolution and contribute to the realization of SDG 14. So this brings to mind the annual UN General Assembly resolution on oceans and the law of the seas, and is consistent with the Philippines policy and that of the whole UN system to uphold UNCLOS as the constitution for the oceans and respect its integrity as a whole. So the Philippines reiterates its support and would like to put on record that it co-sponsors the resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Philippines, for your statement and sponsoring the resolution. Now I invite the distinguished delegate of Turkey, followed by Iran.
I'll be brief, and I'd like to go on record as a delegation of Turkey with our following reservation regarding OP2 of the said resolution, strengthening cooperation to promote conservation and sustainable use of the ocean, seas, marine resources for sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. Our reservation is as follows. We're fully committed to cooperation to promote the conservation and sustainable use of oceans, seas, and marine resources, and attach great importance to international cooperation to this end. However, the Republic of Turkey dissociates itself from the reference made in paragraph OP2 of item 2, promoting economic, social, and environmental cooperation in oceans for sustainable development, to the international instrument that she is not party to, the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea, 1982. The reference cannot be construed as a change in the well-known legal position of Turkey with regard to the said instrument. So I'd like this reservation to be reflected in the records of the Commission session, please. And I have a statement to make with reference to strengthening regional economic, social, and environmental cooperation on the ocean, seas, and marine resources in Asia and the Pacific for the benefit of sustainable development and the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals as referred to in OP3 of the same resolution. In general terms, and specifically in terms of this paragraph, Turkey would like to emphasize that marine spatial planning is not a functioning instrument established in every country yet. Therefore, it would be appropriate to mention that all references to marine spatial planning are to be understood as valid for the countries and venues where it is applicable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency the Ambassador of Turkey, and we have received your written statements, and this will be duly reflected in the documents. And now I request the distinguished delegate of Iran, followed by Indonesia.
Excellency, hear me? Do you?
Yes, we can hear you, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. My statement is on the draft resolution entitled Strengthening Cooperation to Promote the Conservation and Sustainable Use of the Oceans, Seas, and Marine Resources for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. Agenda item 2, promoting economic, social, and environmental cooperation on oceans for sustainable development. The delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran, while recalling the importance of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas, which provides a general legal framework for the conservation and sustainable use of oceans and their resources, and admitting the obligation of the Islamic Republic of Iran as a signatory state to the UNCLOS to act not against the objective and purpose of the convention, is of the view that the present resolution cannot affect the legal status of non-parties to the UNCLOS and any other relevant agreements with regard to those instruments. Hence, To our understanding, UNCLOS and other relevant international agreements are considered as a package with the same level of importance. I request that this statement to be recorded in the report of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and your statement has already been received by the Secretariat and it will be duly reflected in the report. Now, Indonesia is not there. Now I see the distinguished delegate of the United States of America. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Excellencies. The United States would like to join consensus on the UNESCAP resolution titled Strengthening Cooperation to Promote Conservation and Sustainable Use of the Oceans, Seas, and Marine Resources for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. On behalf of the United States, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Chair, the Secretariat, and fellow delegates for the productive and collegial negotiation that produced this key document on such an important topic. The ocean provides food, energy, transportation, and jobs, and vital services. Fish are a significant source of animal protein for over 3 billion people, and the livelihoods of millions of people around the world depend on the fisheries and aquaculture sector. Marine plants generate more than half of the oxygen we breathe. Fiber optic cables on the ocean floor carry more than 95% of international communications. More than 80% of the world's trade travels by sea. The United States is proud to be a leader on international efforts to conserve and sustainably use the ocean and its resources and to promote a thriving, sustainable ocean economy, the blue economy. Additionally, we are proud to support global and regional efforts to prevent and reduce marine pollution, including the millions of tons of plastic debris that flow into the ocean every year, to measure and address the impacts of ocean acidification, to promote international cooperation on marine protected areas, and to ensure safe, secure, and clean shipping. But we cannot do it alone. Many of these efforts depend on the sustained and focused international cooperation, especially between governments and the private sector. The enormous challenge of protecting our ocean cannot be achieved without multi-stakeholder engagement. Such collaborative partnerships and global cooperation are critical to realizing progress, which we have seen firsthand in the areas of fisheries management, marine biodiversity conservation, and combating marine debris. And that is why fora like these are key, to acknowledge the progress we have made, highlight the work left to do, and catalyze the international community to bridge the gaps. We would like to take this opportunity, however, to make important points of clarification on the resolution and underscore that this is a non-binding document that does not create rights or obligations under international law. Regarding the references in the special reports of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC, the United States has indicated that that acceptance of such reports and approval of their respective summaries for policymakers by the IPCC does not imply U.S. endorsement of the specific findings or the underlying contents of the report. References to the IPCC special reports are also without prejudice to U.S. positions. Regarding operative paragraph 3A, inclusion of only the social and environmental safeguards ignores the economic safeguards needed for investment in the sustainable development of the marine environment and resources of the coastal areas. It is our position that all three are needed to properly reflect the protections needed for sustainable development investment, inter alia, help prevent predatory debt for developing nations while preserving their natural capital, protect cultural identity and norms of indigenous peoples, and the rights of potentially marginalized or vulnerable populations from exploitative resource extraction practices and establish protections of living marine resources while promoting their sustainable use. Regarding references to the 2030 Agenda, the United States recognizes the 2030 Agenda as a global voluntary framework for sustainable development that can help countries work toward global peace and prosperity. We applaud the call for shared responsibility, including national responsibility, in the 2030 Agenda, and emphasize that all countries have a role to play in achieving its vision. The 2030 Agenda recognizes that each country must work towards implementation in accordance with its own national policies and priorities. The United States also underscores that paragraph 18 of the 2030 Agenda calls for countries to implement the agenda in a manner that is consistent with the rights and obligations of states under international law. We highlight our mutual recognition of the 2030 Agenda implementation must respect and be without prejudice to the independent mandates of other processes and institutions, including negotiations, and does not prejudge or serve as precedent for decisions or actions underway in other forums. For example, the agenda does not represent a commitment to provide new market access for goods or services. This agenda also does not interpret or alter any World Trade Organization agreement or decision, including the agreement on trade-related aspects of intellectual property. With all these clarifications, which I hope will be entered in the record, we will join consensus on the adoption of this resolution. Thank you again.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of the United States of America, and your statements will be duly reflected in the report. And so if there is no other statements, and if any delegates would like to sponsor, co-sponsor of this resolution, you are welcome. Oh.
They're going to speak after.
After, okay. So thank you. Do I take that the resolution? China, do you like to speak now or after the adoption of the resolution? Now. Okay, okay. So distinguished delegation of China.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to express our readiness to co-sponsor the resolution on regional cooperation to address the economic social effects of pandemics and the crisis in the Asia Pacific. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Excellency. So now we, if there is no objection, now we can take this resolution be adopted. The resolution SCAP/76/41, strengthening cooperation to promote the conservation and sustainable use of the oceans, seas, and the marine resources for sustainable development in Asia and Pacific. If it is so decided, so the resolution is adopted. Right? Okay. Now I see the delegates of Indonesia, and then followed by Iran.
Iran wants to speak about the other one.
Mr. Chair, on behalf of the sponsor and co-sponsor of the draft resolution on the theme topic, I would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to all delegates for their valuable support and great deal of flexibility that enabled the draft resolution be adopted by consensus. We are all aware that our commission session is taking place in unprecedented circumstances, both substantively and logistically. The way we both individually and collectively respond to the situation reflect the cohesiveness of countries in our region. In this regard, I'm indeed heartened and proud that all of us show solid cohesiveness in dealing with our pertinent theme. My delegation strongly believes that our adopted resolution is essential in complementing our each national efforts, particularly in current situation when we all obliged to adapt ourselves with emerging challenges and opportunity toward the achievement of 2030 agenda. Last but not least, I wish to sincerely thank my ASEAN good friend Susie and Rongwood for their unrelenting effort in guiding us to compromise, and to equally appreciate Mitch and Lorenzo for their kind assistance. I thank you, Mrs. Chair.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Indonesia. So, is the distinguished delegate of United Kingdom would like to speak? We had the request before. So I see no response. So now, we move on. We go to the next draft resolution presented to the Commission for adoption under agenda item 4. The regional cooperation to address the socio-economic effects of pandemics and crises in Asia and the Pacific, as contained in document SCAP/76/L5. So, may I remind all delegation that the draft resolution was circulated to all member states under silence procedure and no objections were raised, and the draft resolution is presented to the Commission for adoption. Are there any comments at this stage? I see the delegation of Iran. Please, the floor is to delegation of Iran and then the distinguished delegates of USA.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the floor again. Actually, my statement is on the draft resolution entitled Regional Cooperation to address the socio-economic effects of pandemics and crises in Asia and the Pacific. Agenda item 4, regional cooperation to address the socio-economic effects of the global health crisis. The delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran has joined the consensus on draft resolution on regional cooperation to address the socio-economic effects on pandemics and crises in Asia and the Pacific, in supporting multilateralism and coordinated collective action in mitigating the negative effects of the COVID-19 pandemic in the region by the spirit of unity, solidarity, and decisive action. Over the course of the negotiations, my delegation expressed its deep concerns regarding the negative impacts of unilateral coercive measures and illegal and unjust sanctions imposed against my country and others, and requested that this concern to be text of the resolution does not contain such a reference to this matter. Illegal and unjust unilateral coercive measures in contrary to the principles of international law, including of peaceful resolution of the conflicts, and the multilateralism creates a malicious circumstances in result of which the poverty gap is significantly increasing and realization of the sustainable development goals is facing with serious challenges and obstacles. Access to humanitarian resources and necessary medical equipment to combat the pandemic is disrupted and impeded. And consequently, the capacity of the governments and the economies to fight globally the COVID-19 impacts is being weakened or lost in many different ways. In this regard, the delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran, while expresses deep concern over the adverse impacts of the UCMs on regional and universal collaborative efforts to curb the viral spread of COVID-19 in all affected countries, and reiterates the importance of multilateralism and international cooperation, is of the hope that all ESCAP members to condemn such unilateral coercive measures that negatively affect the regional solidarity in responding to the outbreak of COVID-19 at any time, especially in the implementation of the adopted resolution. I request that this statement to be recorded in the report of the session. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, the delegates of the Iran, and now I call upon the delegates of the United States of America.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The United States is pleased to join consensus on this resolution as well, with the following explanation of position. We're also going to use this opportunity to disassociate from preambular paragraph 10. So COVID-19 is indeed a global challenge. Addressing it requires global action, international solidarity, and unity of purpose. On behalf of the United States, I would like to extend my appreciation to the Chair, Secretariat, and fellow delegates for their creativity, flexibility, and commitment to the cause of international cooperation in combating this pandemic. But it is our hope that through these fora, you're able to share lessons learned, best practices, and chart a path towards recovery. The United States continues to demonstrate global leadership in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. Our priorities in the response are to protect the safety and health security of our global workforce, ensure that we can continue our life-saving missions across the world, and support governments, civil society, and the private sector, and local communities in our partner countries in their response to COVID-19. Months into the fighting of this pandemic at home and abroad, the United States remains the largest single country donor to the response efforts globally. and is building on decades of leadership in life-saving health and humanitarian assistance. Since the outbreak of COVID-19, the US government has committed more than $900 million in emergency health, humanitarian, economic, and development assistance, specifically aimed at helping governments, international organizations, and non-governmental organizations fight the pandemic. This funding will save lives by improving public health and education, protecting healthcare facilities, and increasing laboratory, disease surveillance, and rapid response capacity in more than 120 countries. We would like to take this opportunity, however, to make important points of clarification on the resolution and once again underscore that this non-binding document does not create rights or obligations under international law. Regarding the references to the 2030 Agenda, the United States recognizes the 2030 Agenda as a global voluntary framework for sustainable development that can help countries work towards global peace and prosperity. We applaud the call for shared responsibility, including national responsibility, in the 2030 Agenda and emphasize that all countries have a role to play in achieving its vision. The 2030 Agenda recognizes that each country must work towards implementation in accordance with its own national policies and priorities. The United States also underscores that paragraph 18 of the 2030 Agenda calls for countries to implement the agenda in a manner that is consistent with the rights and obligations of the states under international law. We also highlight our mutual recognition that the 2030 Agenda implementation must respect and be without prejudice to the independent mandates and other processes and institutions, including negotiations, and does not prejudge or serve as a precedent for decisions and actions underway in other forums. For example, this agenda does not represent a commitment to provide new market access for goods and services. This agenda also does not interpret or alter any World Trade Organization agreement or decision, including the agreement on trade-related aspects of intellectual property. As to preamble paragraph 10, the United States would like to take this opportunity for the record to disassociate from the reference to the World Health Organization in that preambular paragraph. While the United States acknowledges the WHO should play a role in the efforts to end this outbreak, we remain seriously concerned with the lack of independence and that the leadership of the WHO has shown since the beginning of the pandemic. As the largest contributor to the WHO, the United States has a particular interest in the organization's performance, transparency, and accountability. To advance the health and security of our nation and all nations, the United States announced on April 14th that the US government will pause funding to the WHO pending a review of the organization's mismanagement of the outbreak of the novel coronavirus. We insist that the WHO advance the health of people around the world in a transparent, science-based manner that incorporates accountability into its decision-making. We want to save lives and expect those institutions we fund to share and further that noble goal. We call on all member states to comply with their obligations under the international health regulations to provide complete data on cases of COVID-19 within their territories, and to share samples and genetic sequences of the novel coronavirus with the international community. With these clarifications, we are pleased to join consensus on the adoption of this resolution. As we work together to defeat the pandemic of COVID-19, the United States stands with our global partners in their time of need, as we always have. A healthier world means a healthier United States. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of the United States of America. And with your statement duly recorded, and now we are just about to adopt this resolution, and I see there is no other statement, and the resolution is just as adopted. No. So now the two resolutions on agenda item 2 and the agenda item 4 have been adopted, but now I'm going back to the delegation of the United Kingdom, who sought the floor for the resolution under agenda item 2. So you have the floor, United Kingdom.
Many thanks, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegations. Thank you. To avoid extra time at this point and out of agenda, the United Kingdom wishes to support a number of the points made by the Indonesian delegation in response to the successful adoption of the theme topic resolution. The United Kingdom will submit a full comment to the Secretariat for inclusion in the report and will not make it now. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of United Kingdom. So with that, Before we conclude our adoption of these two resolutions, I would like to refer to the document SCAP/76/L3/Addendum 1, the statement of the program budget implications of actions and proposals of the Commission. The document is presented to the Commission for adoption. So I see no delegates wishing to take statements, so the document is adopted. Now we move to the adoption of the decisions. Distinguished delegates, we will now consider the decisions of the Commission at this session. I had the privilege of leading the discussion under agenda item 2 through 10, and you have before you documents SCAP/76/L6, which contains all the draft decisions that resulted from our deliberations and recommended for adoption by the Commission. May I remind all delegations that the draft decisions had been circulated to all member states under silence procedure, and no objections were raised. The draft decisions, therefore, are now presented to the Commission for adoption. Are there any comments at this time on any of these or other specific decisions? No. If there are none, then I propose that we adopt the draft decisions of the Commission as contained in document SCAP/76/6.6 L.6 and orally, and there is no oral amendment. So it is adopted as it is in the document. So I see consensus. The document SCAP/76/L.6 is adopted. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, those are all resolutions and the decisions taken by the Commission at this session. Now is the adoption of the report. We shall now consider the part of the draft report dealing with the organization of the 76th session of the Commission as contained in document SCAP/76/L.3. Distinguished delegates may kindly note that changes of an editorial or grammatical nature will be taken care by the Secretariat. Are there any comments on this document? So if delegates, so no comments, no? I see none. The document SCAP/76/L3 is adopted. This concludes the consideration of the draft report. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my great pleasure to propose that with the incorporation of the various amendments as agreed during the session, the report of the 76th session of the Commission is adopted by consensus. So it is adopted. Before I close the 76th session, I would like to invite Madam Executive Secretary, Madam Armida Salsha Alizabana, to make her concluding remarks. Madam Executive Secretary.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, thank you for your active engagement and for making the 76th session of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific a great success. We have come together virtually in very challenging times, times which spotlight inequalities and compel us to unite to protect the most vulnerable in our communities, times which require us to be nimble, to refocus our work, to build back better after this pandemic, and accelerate progress towards sustainable development by 2030. I would like to thank you for responding decisively to these imperatives. Your constructive approach and willingness to compromise have given us a clear direction. Your conclusion of two targeted resolutions, namely on strengthening, the first one, strengthening cooperation to promote the conservation and sustainable use of the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. And the second resolution, which is regional cooperation to address the socio-economic effects of pandemics and crises in Asia and the Pacific. Both resolutions will guide our response to COVID-19 as well as our long-term work to protect our oceans. Viruses which do not respect borders require international and regional cooperation. To mitigate the socio-economic effects of this pandemic, we will work with you to enable the continued flow of essential goods and services, and where appropriate, the movement of people. We are committed to supporting governments build more equal, inclusive, and sustainable economies and societies. I have taken careful note of this Commission's request to provide a theme study to the 77th Commission session, which can help us target our multilateral response with these objectives in mind. The pandemic has not blown us off course from agreeing a resolution on oceans for sustainable development. By doing so, you have recognized the need for urgent action to protect one of our region's most precious resources. I am looking forward to joining forces with you to redouble efforts to reduce marine pollution, strengthen sustainable maritime connectivity, and improve ocean data and statistics. Let us build the partnerships needed to increase the ocean's economic benefits to small island developing states and least developed countries. More effectively implementing relevant internationally agreed conventions to protect our oceans will be key to our success. Allow me to sincerely thank all the member states and entities that have pledged additional financial support to help us take our work forward. I would like to especially sincerely appreciate and thank the Commission Bureau and our chair, His Excellency, Mr. Nazmul Quanin, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Bangladesh to ESCAP, who has so deftly steered proceedings to their successful conclusion. I would like to extend my gratitude to the leaders who provided such inspiring statements to help frame our discussion. His Excellency General Prayut Chan-o-cha, the Prime Minister of Thailand, Her Excellency the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Madam Sheikh Hasina, His Excellency the Prime Minister of Fiji, Mr. Frank Bainimarama, His Excellency the Prime Minister of Tuvalu, Mr. Kausea Natano, and His Excellency Mr. Damdin Sokbatar, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mongolia. I'm grateful to Ms. Inger Lacour Anderson, Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme, for her enlightening intervention on our ocean theme topic. Ms. Fekita Muloa Kota Utoikamanu, High Representative for the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states, help us keep momentum in our efforts to support countries with special needs. All of us at ESCAP remain indebted to our gracious host, the Royal Thai government. I would like also to thank the ESCAP Secretariat staff who have worked very hard to make this session a great success, including the Conference Management Unit and translators. I would also like to thank the interpreters and Kudo platform for supporting us during both Asia-Pacific Sustainable Development Forum and the 76th Commission session. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to happier times when we can once again welcome you in person to our United Nations Conference Center, where we have recently paid tribute to our region's stunning development journey over the past 7 decades. a tribute which recognizes your country's resolve, commitment, and collective achievements under the auspices of the United Nations. I look forward to viewing it with you in person and reminding ourselves of the proud foundation on which we must build a sustainable future in Asia and the Pacific. Thank you all once again, and stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I adjourn the session, I would like to thank you, Madam Executive Secretary, your staff for the effective servicing of the Commission session, and I'd also like to recognize all those from the Secretariat who worked behind the scene to make this session a memorable one. And I thank all the distinguished delegates for participating virtually, and with all your participation, our deliberation during the whole day was successful. I would particularly put on record my sincere gratitude and thanks to His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Kingdom of Thailand, General Prachanocha, and Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, and the Prime Minister of Fiji, His Excellency Rusaya Vorek Bainimarama, and the Prime Minister of Tuvalu, Mr. Kosia Natano, who have given the policy statement and the visionary statement which has made this commission more productive and more satisfying for all of us. And I hope that all of our countries will come out of this current difficult COVID-19 pandemic situation, and will be able to come back to the normal life and the activities of the Commission's session from now to the next session of the 77th session next year. And I look forward to meeting all of you, not virtually, but in actual conference next year. And I wish all of you safe staying during this coronavirus time. And once again, thank you for your contribution of the successful conclusion of the 76th session virtually. I adjourn the session. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So it is a little bit different.